everybody. Oh. Let's get out of here, man. That guy's got like a top of the line Mercedes-Benz Lloyd. How about that? Holy smokes, we got a rough looking signal tonight. Alright, let's get a coffee. Hello everybody, happy Saturday night. Let's blow it out a little bit this evening. There we go. What's going on, everybody? What is going on? Hey, Jinxie, how you doing, baby doll? Let me give you a special. Hope you're doing well. Probably goofy-eyed from all the allergies today. Hey, Amanda, how you doing? Oh, good to see you, honey. I hope you're doing well. No more holes in the kitchen floor. That's a real OG. Hello, Shimei, moderators, everybody. Lita B, Incorporated. Callie Mo, hello. We're going to have everybody's favorite dinner. The old Joan of Arc spiced chili beanies tonight. How about that? Let's get a coffee. Let's go downtown, see what's going on. There was no way today. I set myself a goal to do Bobby's and my taxes today, and it took like 4 hours because Bobby couldn't answer one simple question. It could have been answered 2 months ago. So we went all around with that today, and finally I got what I need. So I'm all done the taxes. I mean, it's going to sound ridiculous to you guys, being it's May 3rd or whatever. Taxes? Are you kidding? What's up, P2E? How you doing? I hope you're doing better. God love you, my friend. You have been through the war. So hello, everybody. Let's jam that thumbs up button tonight. 79 degrees, cooling off. I think I saw 90 earlier. Finally, I ran my record of 11 miles. You ran 11 miles? I think the most I've ever walked is about seven miles. I think that was it. Yeah, 98 sounds good. I'll take it. Sounds good. How you doing, James? How's everything in the friendly skies doing? Do 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 do. Hello, Justin. Good evening to you. I hope you're doing well. 87 to South British Columbia. Friendly skies are okay. All right. As long as they're not fighting at 30,000 feet up there, we're all happy. God knows what happens up there. They should issue flight attendants with nightsticks up there. Nice billy club. Cold evening moonlight. That's a lot. 11 miles running? Ooh, I don't know. I think I would definitely be hospitalized if that was me. Oh, hey, Deborah. Oh, pardon my yawning. How are you, Deb? Sean Smith, good to see you. Let's hit that thumbs up. I assume you're here because you like to be here. You like we hang out at nighttime. We do it up Saturday evening. You don't even have a billy club. I don't know. I think it could be exciting content. You know, every profession should have a day like Purge, right? Where everybody can just like, I don't know, beat the you-know-what out of their customers or bosses or whatever. Right, today's airline purge day. I'm doing okay, Deborah. I'm just hoping that this allergies, this grass pollen breaks soon. It's really horrible this year. Hey, Crystal. just keep coming, man. Don't mind me. I tell you, in another 2 years, I'm gonna make a prediction. Traffic lights aren't gonna mean anything. I see people passing people on residential streets now. You just can't have the patience, right? You just gotta do it up. Right there. Ooh, it will. I think a couple warm days will burn it out. That'll be good. Yeah, I got the allergy pills. I'm getting by. I mean, I haven't chucked in the towel. But I'm gonna fix this. Looks a little choppy tonight, so bear with me a second, guys. You're gonna see a little bit of a wheel of doom. Let me just fix this. Right, there we go. Okay, Krista, we don't need to type in all caps, honey, but I got you. All right. I'll be right back. What a week. What a week. I got everything almost done. I didn't get a chance. I'm going to blame Bobby. He'll be over tomorrow. Blame him. I'm going to make some shrimp fried rice tomorrow. Blame Bobby, all right? I was going to put the video together, so I didn't imagine I'd be 4 more hours working on that crap today, so 104 today, because I know it's coming soon. 104 it's right in 105, 107 is the upper end of my wheelhouse there. Oh, especially in the evening, man. There's nothing better than getting a chair, setting it up out in the desert, just looking to the west. From the golden hour to the blue hour, and the breezes in the desert come up. They're absolutely magnificent. Magnificent. So you're gonna hear me yell at Bobby tomorrow night because he just wasted like 6 weeks. What are they doing over there? They're gonna start dumping stuff. Roll the big log there. Who knows? Keep swinging around. Swinging around, swinging around. Come on. Hey, Catherine. You got a little hot. You were worried it was going to be cold today, huh? Rosie knows. All right, that's a really nice picture you sent. That's a great picture. Great picture. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate it. She's a good-looking gal. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. What's up, Trog? How you doing? Ooh, yeah, just chill out a while, then we'll go see what's going on downtown tonight. I think Bird went down there today. I think by the time he went, the parade was probably over. I don't know. Perfect day. Well, I've not much left to do on my to-do list, so that's the good news. Just a little rinky-dink Monday, and a little trim up. And hey, Alex, everything I wanted to do for the spring will have been accomplished. Ooh, they have all these new signboards tell you what restaurants are where. All right, let's go ahead. There you go. Make the turn, Grandma. There we go. There we go. All right, we are in a parade. We're going 2 miles an hour. We're happy. We're waving. Everybody loves us in our Elantra. We're looking sharp. All right, we're moving along. We're not squealing wheels. We're taking our time. All right, we're old school. Everybody's waving. They're loving us. Oh, is that a convertible Mercedes-Benz? Wow. Ooh. Okay. No commentary tonight. What would you like me to comment on tonight, Trog? I'm open. I mean, generally weekends are pretty quiet news-wise, but I hadn't really prepared a commentary. I'm trying to get my head out of the cloud of taxation because of what Bobby did to me. Waste all this time, and at the end it's like, oh, we didn't need the paper because they never got it because he doesn't have the loan he's paying interest on, right? So I'm like, all right, great, right? Let's amortize away, right? What do you want me to do? Oh, man, there we go. I still haven't told you about my angel moment in Las Vegas. After you hear the story, you'll probably believe how an angel saved me from doom. From the fires of doom. Not even funny. When you hear it, you're going to be like, oh man. Hi Watch, how you doing? You see this, tell your name, call your friends, just going to get wild. A funny good night. Well, you know, I don't know. I mean, it seems like the latest flow is just what's happening. And hello everybody. There seems to be a big highlight, like I was going to post up the story about our local Walgreens down in Cotati, which is a place I've gone to a few times. It's where the World Accordion Festival's held, and it's like in 1911 they held the world speed record there for a couple weeks down there in Cotati. They had a 3/4 mile banked wooden track down there that they had built, and they had those guys buzzing around like 123 miles an hour or something like that. Anyway, they had to close the Walgreens there because 3 girls came up from Oakland and stuffed up their bags and everything, and The cops caught them, and they were very brazen. They didn't speed, they didn't rush or anything. The cops just waited for them to come out of the store or their car in the back. And you got to understand, a lot of people from down in Oakland and the East Bay, they think that there's money up here, so they want to come up to these areas and raid them. Did I see the Philip Schofield current controversy? I did not. So that's in trouble now. Walgreens is like a Boots or something like that. It's it's a chemist, right? How you doing, Chef? I passed that along this evening, so hopefully that'll reach. Thank you. I popped you my number down there too. So I thought it's really starting to strike close to home. And of course, the three girls got let out on nothing. They're just a citation to appear in court, right? Like that's going to happen, right? Right, like that's going to happen, right? We're gonna show up in court, yeah, right. Drugstores and sundries. Well, there's expensive. There's makeup. There's all kinds of stuff in there, but it just shows you. They didn't attempt to flee or anything. They knew they were going to get arrested. They knew that they were going to be let go. So it just, okay, well, it's just a little bit of paperwork. It's a cost of doing business. Hey, Anne Marie. And that kind of struck close to home. So of course, all the gassy grandmas were on next door. The app complain. Oh, it's horrible. They closed the Walgreens. It's like, okay, I mean, it's like y'all better get used to a reduced number of storefronts. Okay, it's very hard to make it go. That's why I say when you look at the difference between household survey and the corporate employment survey, there was a big disconnect last month. Big. Tomatoes are doing beautifully, Madawax. I'll give you a view of them today. Hello, Jay Bless. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Let's hit the thumbs up. We're way behind. We're only 1/3 the thumbs up at the number of people in here. Please take a second to thumbs up the chat. We don't have memberships. We don't have GoFundMes. We don't have Patreons. We never have. We never will. Just you and your kindness here in the chat. I couldn't believe the Whole Foods closed that quick. It's just not even worth it. It's terrible. Hey, Barry. Oh, the oranges were delicious. I squeezed some orange juice. Oh, that was good. That was good. I always tell people, if you're going to plant one orange tree, just get a Valencia orange tree, okay? I was corporate chef for them for 5 years. Well, I'm telling you what, Chef, hey, Barry, I can never understand how people can go to this and live with themselves. Because the law is sort of changed now, and insurance companies tell you, we better enjoy them. They're not going to be there long. The insurance companies will tell people, don't resist. Just call the police, file a report, because they're so afraid they'll get sued by a crook that, gets a, if a crook breaks a hangnail in the conductance of a robbery, then everybody will be sued. So nobody wants to touch it. There's some guys would love to give a full-on body tackle and drive somebody's head through a wall, but they'll end up in lockup, right? It'll come down on them. It won't come down on the crook. So it's really, every day you can see it's hitting home here when I look at the WhatsApp and stuff. They're all like in horror. These guys on this motorcycle, they're just passing me on a 2-lane road, and it's like, what's wrong with these young people today? And Walgreens is closed, and the powers that be didn't consult anybody. They closed it down. I'm like, you voted for the powers to be, right? You're all the ones that were squawking to defund the police departments. And, oh, it's horrible. I guess it depends on whose ox is getting gored, right? I definitely want to hear about my angel experience was amazing. I'm going to do a short video about it because it's a story. And it's a story that could have resulted in the death potentially of many, many people. in Las Vegas. And when I reflect on it, the more I reflect on it, the worse it gets. And the more I just think to myself how I really escaped disaster that day. And you guys can judge yourselves as I'll take you through the story and tell you the circumstances. And if you don't believe me, pick up the phone and ask Father Creer down there if it happened. He'll tell you. He was right there at ground zero when it came down. So probably tomorrow I will tell that story. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up. So, Shrug, I don't know. I guess that's about it. I mean, it's the weekend. We're just going to drink a coffee, so we might as well get it out now and then head down, see if anything's left at downtown. Where a guy shoots a bus driver that shoots back and to see there's canning the driver. I'm just saying. Right. I'm just saying it's an upside down world, Chef. It is absolutely an upside down world. And it's kind of starting to hit here now because a lot of these people, don't judge by my neighborhood's really the roughest part of town. And, got a lot of gangs and stuff like that. Don't judge, but there's a lot of really well-to-do people here. And they're just kind of starting to get appalled about it. So. And I imagine once the full realm of AI starts really incurring job losses here, that it'll probably get a little bit tougher. I don't know. We have to really think about AI and all that. We have to see what kind of markers we see on the way that'll tell us what's going on. The world has been put on its head. Somebody went through and gave a really good analysis from the lost generation, which was World War II, went to World War I, fought World War I, and came home. And, after being overseas, suddenly the United States looked very parochial to them, very ho-dunk, all this, little towns and country bumpkins and stuff. So they went rushing back to Europe and the F. Scott Fitzgeralds, the Hemingways, blah, 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 and complaining about the lack of culture in the U.S. and how great it is to sit in a cafe in Paris and opine about matters of nothing and enjoy themselves. And it just traced the whole period through, and then the greatest generation was born of that, and then in a lot of ways it wasn't so great though when I got back. And they tended to spoil baby boomers, and that's where the real travesty began, was the spoliation of baby boomers. And right, see, we never had a prosperity like that before. That was highly unusual. Never in the history of the world had you created a middle class. I told you guys before, it's my firm belief that the middle class is just a transient, it's just a passing phenomenon. Right? You either work your butt off and survive, or you're with the elite, the elitism and all that. Hey, how you doing, Laura? So out of that culture of permissiveness and wealth, you had kids going to colleges and stuff, and all of a sudden, starting to rebel against the materialism they saw, not thinking that their parents had suffered. I am a baby. I'm going to tell you, I'm a baby boomer. But I have much different values than the baby boomers and stuff. So, but I'm telling you, and they, in the sea of prosperity, and it always starts in academia. It always starts at the elite level. Right? It's always the elitists that start the trouble, because they look around and they see, prosperity, and then they look around the rest of the world and they say, well, these people are poor, we got to do something, blah, blah, blah. And they just start down a destructive road, a really destructive road. You cannot have communal values, okay? It takes the combination of individual values and individual efforts, not community efforts. That's the downfall of communism. You cannot legislate. You can tell people what to do, but you can't tell people what should be in their heart. Right? There's the real failure of communism. Everybody is different. That's the failure of communism. Assumes everybody's interchangeable, and everybody's desires, everybody's creativity, everybody's natural educational aptitude, skill set, everybody's the same, and there we find tragedy and commonality of that. Communism fails because it doesn't allow, it takes the need to feel being charitable out of individual hands, and it puts it in the hand of the state, till eventually people get the feeling like, the state will take care of it. You don't have to worry about anything. That guy will be all right. He's getting his, he's getting his 3 squares or whatever. Everything's all good. So it removes it puts a knife in the heart of charity. True charity. You think you're doing good, but quite the opposite. Oh, but that's our sociological, political discourse tonight. We cannot judge only karma. Judges, I don't believe in karma. I think that's a new age belief that's crept into our world. I don't see any basis for any of the mystical practices and things. And I think a lot of people are being dragged to their doom with the occult and tarot and all these things. Nor do I believe in reincarnation in that cycle of, Buddhism. And how did Buddhism come around? How did Buddhism come about? Because one guy stood up, Buddha, and said, you know what? I'm tired of this birth and rebirth. I'm on my 100,000th reincarnation, and I'm tired of it. So I'm going to stop it right here, right? And set a new way and some new ways, the eightfold path and stuff, right? No, I don't believe in the law of attraction or Abraham or any. I don't believe in vibrations. I don't believe in any of that. No. How you doing, James? I want to be a roll of chest so I can clean this shit out. There you go, chef. Be careful what you wish for. It just amazes me what people will believe. You'll fill up whole auditoriums and whole civic centers and whole arenas with people that are, prosperity gospels and all that stuff. The universe is made up of vibrations and tones. Yeah, and it's also made up of carbon and right, a lot of different stuff. Uranium, gold. Right. I don't believe in vibrational things. I think it's people's continuous fear of death. They they invent something that'll help them cope with it. And reincarnation is a perfect thing. This guy couldn't even get parked in the spot, right? Pride Month. Hey, Nicole. I don't know, James. It's it's beyond my scope of. How you doing, Nicole? Things have to come from within, like the change I've undergone in 2023. You can't put it on the outside of people. Everybody has to come to it or not come to it. Keep in mind, many people would say the same about that. Well, that's correct. That's exactly correct, Baba. That's exactly correct, but I have a more historical basis of it than, right, Flavius Josephus and Clement and, right. How you doing, Duncan? And I've never pushed my beliefs on anybody. The new Roberts Avenue Four Seasons, they're doing something down there, Tom. They're cleaning all that garbage. I would think they want to. I think they want to make it a development. Now, will it be a Four Seasons in the hood? Well, whoever gets the nice Towers of Doom room, I mean, you can charge a fortune for that. Do you like televangelists like Joel Osteen? Um, Man, I'm who? Who in the heck am I to judge? I'm a gay man. I don't need 1 month a year. I don't know. I don't know, James. I guess people do. I don't know. I just don't know. Imagine if everybody wore their sexuality on their sleeve, you know. I don't know what they use down there. But they're going to have to really remediate that site. I don't think that site's going to pass. There's too much chemicals and crap that have been spilled down there over a century. Joel is wonderful. So I don't speak about others. I have to make my own way. I have to find my own tenets. I'm doing good. I went on. I got a light. My day was pretty good. Taxes today, Nicole. I just think sometimes you just put that stuff aside and you just move on. I've never heard of a guru or a big time religious speaker who wasn't very glib and very good with language. Sure, turn a hurricane. I don't have any respect. Well, people's mileage is going to vary. How you doing, Alan? I don't think I'll ever reach the point of disparaging things. It's everybody has to just make sense of things, you know, and you can tell people what you believe, and you can lead by example, which I think is very powerful. I'm not a real believer in prosperity preaching. But who knows, I might be dead wrong. So I'm doing good. I've had a good day today. I got all the taxes done. Bobby screwed me up for 6 weeks, and then he just made one word, sorry. Thanks, Bobby. Thanks. Thank you. 6 weeks. Oh, I don't have it. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I don't have that. Right. I was like, I don't like to judge, but I have a lack of respect for him. I've sat with some of the greatest, Jimmy Swaggart, right? The Christian Family Worship Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So I think we all stumble our way. And I just, the only tenet I firmly believe is that few people will be saved at the end, very few. All the stories of history, Noah's flood, 8 people were saved, the Jews marched out of Egypt, 2 million Jews, and two entered the promised land. not Moses. And the Lord himself says, strive to enter by the narrow gate. Few will make it, and I believe it. Tammy Faye was a good friend. I think she had a good heart. I think she confused a little bit of wealth, and I think so, wealth spoils people, right? Wealth spoils people. Wealth is a curse. Reverend Ike was cool. I think my favorite one was probably one you guys never even heard of. Ernest Angley. He was out of Ohio. Neighbor. It's the Ernest Angley hour. I loved him. He had his shoulders up here like Ed Sullivan. Right. Ernest Angley. I remember leaving Swaggart service with Missy Jen, and we felt very uplifted at the end of it. We felt good. Well, money's not the root of all evil, but the love of money is the root of all evil. And then on your deathbed, you look at your pile of money and say, what have I done? Where have my values been? But Lord, I still want that black Chrysler 300. Hey, Flip Flops, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a bit. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Billy Graham's son teaches, Father Guido Sarducci, yeah. $300 is like a perfect hood machine, I watch. It's just like perfecto. Hey, Cobra John. Went to Tennessee for a few days. That's great. I see Tennessee tried to pass they did pass a anti-drag queen show or something. Hey, Voivod, how are you? I don't know about the people that, my God, you know, do you think Sodomy was do I think it was a real event? Yeah, I do think it was a real event. The Scholars, I don't know, Crystal Cathedral. Yeah, I think that's a Catholic church now, isn't it? Down in Gardenia or whatever. Pastor Schuler or whatever. Just too much upkeep and maintenance on that place. How you doing, Joni? Yeah, it was interesting. Let's see, Bobby moved it to Irvine. It's a nice area to be in. It's a beautiful building. I mean, it was very well regarded. See, you know, Deb, it goes tonight, sweetie. How are you doing? We're just talking little philosophy, theology, politics. Do you think we are heading to 2.0, meaning best to talk to me like I'm a fifth grader, so. died off and could not support it. Well, that's one of the problems with I think the Protestant faith is facing now is the atomization of congregations. The more it splits, the less people are there to support existing infrastructure. So it starts to, for every three, and it's not just that faith, but for every three that open, four closed. So, oh, I don't know, Voivod. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I think. Oh, thank you, Cisco Kid. We're down for part 2 in July. I don't want my idle hands to be a devil's workshop. I think we're just going to, if you ask me in my opinion, Voivod, I think we're just going to have a world that just gets increasingly, it gets increasingly hostile. Yeah, they pointed at a pillar that could be represented Lot's wife, so. Right. Yeah, that's really cool, Shimei. You got to go over there. That's awesome. That's awesome. What a great trip to be able to go on. I just think that, people ask me, do I think the end of the world is coming soon? No, I think that we still have hundreds, if not thousands of years. Whatever the case, the best thing is just be good individual expressions of humanity each. I think the best thing to do is to explore why you believe what you believe. Because what's missing today in a lot of faith is the intellectual aspects of why you believe. And I was talking to Mr. Z about this, that, right, very few people even know the doctrines or beliefs or histories and why they've ended up, why they are where they are. They just take everything at face value, and it's not a good structure to put belief on. It's not the heart. The heart will lead you in 100 different directions. You assent with the mind, and you consent with the will. You have to have the intellectual. You have to have the intellectual framework for it, and that's what's missing in today's world. People float like butterflies from thing to thing, the latest and greatest thing. There's no sticking power to it because there's no sacrifice required. There's no humility. There's no humbleness required. It's all pride. I don't worry about the end of the world. I welcome the second and eternal life in the kingdom. Go forth, my child. Go forth. Yes, some minds have become lazy and that of thinking through or even doing research. That's why we have such a desert of beliefs these days, and just people think that happiness comes from within and centering, and it's as barren as can be. As I always say, your mileage will vary. What's up, Adam? Shimei has the good, the belief that, you believe you'll be there, and that's cool. I take a much more dire view when the words that come out of Jesus' mouth himself tell you that few people will make it. Well, if I'm looking at the Bible, I put what comes out of Jesus' mouth in first place, then what comes out of letters or other, Paul's letters here or there. I put that stuff in second place, and then the other stuff. Many are called and few are chosen. I think in my own personal opinion, it takes an extraordinary effort to make it. It's not that you're, how would I put this? It's not that you're bad enough for hell. It's just you're not good enough for heaven. That's my opinion. I appreciate the insight. I only share opinions, that's all. I only just, what do I know? I'm a dumb bumpkin from Baltimore. Right. But this year I really tried to think about things. I really tried to tear stuff apart. And try to find out, what's up, Cindy? And try to find out how Christianity came from its base root and explore all the splits and schisms and heresies and Baltimore, baby. You're Baltimore. Hey, Cindy, how you doing, beautiful? Do you have any thoughts about purgatory? Well, let me put it to you this way, Deb. If there's not a purgatory, then God help us, because you have to be absolutely perfect to face the Lord. I mean, absolutely perfect. Right? Nothing defiled can enter the kingdom. So, and the book of Maccabees, which was taken out of the Protestant Bibles, talks about it. It's a wholesome and holy idea to pray for the dead. How you doing, June? The first thing that Martin Luther did was strip 7 books out of the Bible. So, Ravens. I know I wouldn't make it. Shimei will. You never be goofing off. Oh, we have a good time. We have a good time. We have a good time. But the only thing I was saying when it comes to beliefs is that people will just go for the latest and greatest thing that comes down the pike. And we've had the ascendancy of psychology, and that's kind of fading now. And now we're getting the ascendancy of New Age. And, this one called Abraham or whatever. And this woman thinks talks for Abraham. And I'm like, okay, all right, we can be wealthy. And, people need to hear that. People are hungry for the truth. They're starving for it. Yeah, Abraham Hicks, that's it. Yeah. I've done a really extensive study of New Age and stuff. And I've listened to tons and tons of lectures. It's just amazing what the human mind is capable of. What was your question, Flip Flop? What was your question? I'm sorry. I'm kind of just stupid here. I didn't missed it. Let me see. Watching on YouTube, True Near Death. Do you believe in that? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I would kind of say no. I guess I would say I don't believe in near-death experiences. But that's just me. Other people will tell you, yes, my cousin, my father, he saw this. I get it. like I said, it's just my opinion. I think you either die or you don't. The question is, do you guys believe it? Uh, okay, Flip Flops does believe in near death. That's cool. You know, it's one of those things we won't get the definitive answer to it, but it's interesting to talk about. So, you know, the bigger question is, do you believe in hell, right? Oh no, June, you've been losing money? Oh no. Are you getting some goofy trips or what? uh, June had a 32-mile ride. I think that the miracles happen, Deb. Lourdes, Fatima, and I believe that. Go to St. Joseph's Oratory up in Montreal and look at the whole wall of crutches from the 1800s. And oh, weather-wise. Oh, I thought you were talking about that long trip that you took out there. It's like June's like, oh, I can't believe I hit that trip. Did you set up for your car to take your Jeep in, June? To get that squared away? Yeah, let's hit the thumbs up button. Pie. Eat more pie. Life is short. Well, I got some more cherries. I believe in ghosts now, and I never did before. It's inexplicable. That long trip I still have. I believe when you're at the moment of conception, everybody's has a soul put into them at that moment, and that soul is eternal. And when you die, the moment of your death, you come face to face with your destiny and what you call the particular judgment at that moment. That's where you find out how much in conformity you were to God's will as versus your own will and things that you wanted to do on earth and the way you conducted your life. Whether you fed the hungry, clothed the naked, gave drink to those that were thirsty. And since that soul is immortal, it's got to go somewhere. So hence, I believe that there's two places to go, up and down, northbound and southbound. And a tree falls in the way it's inclined. We're all like a leaning tower of Pisa, all inclined to bad stuff. Ooh, ghosts. I wish with people who I work with on the line, Mars is in retrograde and ask what the universe right now. Well, if you'll notice, New Age stuff is bleeding over into Christianity now because people, the human mind has an infinite capacity to develop beliefs in the way it believes and convert that into or convert it into a new faith or bastardize existing religions and carry those beliefs in, like reincarnation and all that stuff is starting to bleed into Christianity now. And yeah, but call in 903 about my experience. I did that. Yeah, that's New Age stuff. Be careful. So east, west must be purgatory. don't know. I don't know. That'll be good. I had a very severe experience too. It's always interesting to talk to you guys. Ask Shimei what she's going to be preaching on tomorrow. Yeah, it's also paying a toll on the New Jersey Garden State Parkway too. All books in the Bible and the ones they delete. Well, you still have 21 more Gospels to read, June. Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Mary Magdalene, Gospel of James, on and on and on and on and on. The Great Commission. All right. What are your plans for tomorrow? I think I'm just going to take it easy. Sunday, I try to rest up a little bit. I wanted to get those taxes done. I'm so mad at Bobby. I'm trying to just cool down. I wasted 6 weeks waiting for Bobby to get me some paperwork that doesn't even exist. All right, doesn't even exist. I may just have a little bit of fun and might try to plant some broccoli. I don't know. Everything's gone really good. I woke up this morning. I went to drive out this morning. I had a terrible another leak in the water line. Why do you accept someone else's problems to be yours? Because I can save Bobby the money. I've been doing Bobby's taxes for years. If I can help him save the money and do it. I like to be of service to people. Wasted time, he must be punished. Taking him shopping at Macy's. Now that's funny there. All right, let's get out of here. Let's see what's going on downtown. Well, didn't want my master's degree in business administration to be wasted, right? Bobby, I'm waiting for an interest statement. Bobby's like, oh yeah, well, I don't have that loan. I was like, oh, really, Bobby? Thanks, bro. There's 6 weeks I'll never get back again. You leaving, Trog? Take care. That's cool, Welsh. That's cool. Well, a lot of those books were written by people that had an idea and then wanted to write in conformity to their ideas. That's why it took the council in 400 AD to sit down and finally sort out all of the stuff and put it into a cohesive book. But there's still people that, Bible critics and stuff, that tear people apart. They tear it all apart. They lose the message of it in word for word, and that's what's led to a lot of atomization of the Protestant churches. You know, do we bless gay unions now, or do we not bless it, or do we have female ministers, or do we not have them? You know, they just tear themselves apart trying to extract meaning out of the Bible, and everybody's going to believe their own thing, right? Sometimes you just need an authority that just says, here it is. People don't want to be told. They want to. The human pride element is huge. All right, let's see what's going on. I mean, just ask yourself this. I mean, what would have happened in the world if Henry VIII had managed to have a male heir by Catherine of Aragon? Was that a guy that was a model of great behavior and uprightness? I don't know. Would you like to call in? I can have a call in tonight. Let's see what's going on. Looks like they're packing most of the crap up now. Let's see. My blinker. I think we can park here now, right? Yeah, I think we're all right now. Yeah, why the hell not? I think we're right. 6 p.m. we're good. Saturday, 6 a.m. Looks like everything's all taken down. I'm just saying, you ask yourself, is that a basis for, you know, for starting going your own way? Well, I can't decide that, but he did. All right. I always say it's a very interesting world. So do your own thing. Do your own thing. I don't have the answers. Hey Charles, how you doing? Yeah, I'm just gonna have Joan of Arc spiced chili beans tonight. That's it. That be it. I'm gonna have to tie my shoe here. It looks like they're tearing everything down. Looks like they blew it out today.
Go Ravens. We just needed Hopkins to sign with us.
We need more than that. We need Lamar Jackson to have a miracle year. That's what we need. Well, that's right, June, but we all have to make a choice. We all have to put skin in the game. Right, there's no free ride. What is PT&E? Oh, my eyes are itchy already. Ooh. I can forgive that, Shimei. I can overlook that. We got the road crew. I have forgiveness in my heart, Shimei. I can't tell you how much that hurts me. But you know I love you. Let's see what's going on over here. Don't ever tell a man to go Georgia Bulldogs or go Falcons. You'll get your head taken off. There's the perch and plow. Oh, Jay Bless, how you doing, buddy? You are certainly welcome to call in, Alan. You know how much I enjoy talking to you. Let me get settled in first with a beer and a few peanuts. Out and Proud margarita, 15 bucks. Let's say gay lemonade, progressive mule. Amanda'd like to tell me about those Atlanta Falcons and Georgia Bulldogs. Better championship game than we had. TCU really folded up, man. They played so great all year and then just boom. They just blew apart. Oh, Adam. The world is what you make it, my friend. Yes. The symbol of infinite doom. Look at them taking that. Look at the way that screen. They make one giant screen out of hooking together all these individual screens. Isn't that amazing? Well, that could be a problem with crystals and right. That could be a problem. My God is a jealous God. That's pretty cool the way they hook all that together. Signal's blurry. Something about that area over there is really bad. Let's see if it gets better over here. They've been here for hundreds of years, but that doesn't mean so is the occult and the black arts and all that. That doesn't mean it's good. That's why exorcisms today are on such a dramatic upspike, because it's a pathway for the demonic. There's the monkey. What do they call that? Monkey. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Jules. Everybody will have an implied payoff at the end. Ooh. So everybody think it over and then do what you're doing. Nice dog. I just share my thoughts. People ask to hear them. Does that mean I'm right? No, I'm not that narcissistic. Monkey puzzle. World's got enough narcissists. Wonder what's going to be next coming up. I got that booklet that Bird gave me. Oh. And remember, we don't always have to agree, but we always have to be civil. Hey Megan, how are you? Let's see what else is going on. Let's look at the board here, see what else is coming up. Yeah, be kind. That's a good way to start. That's a good thing. Respect everyone. If they ask you your opinion, give it. Don't apologize for it. Be steadfast in what you believe, and that's it. Oh, I'm loving it, Megan. The sunshine. Oh, you get up in the morning and the sun is streaming through the window at 6:30. I love it. I love it. One of the things I'm most proud of is the hallmark of this channel is everybody gets along. We don't all believe the same, but we all get along. Shasta Daisy. Boys are tearing it all apart. Oh, I know, Deb. I know it. I know, honey. Do I believe there is such a place? Yes, I do, personally, yeah. Gotta be a place of remediation or we're really all doomed. All right. We still got signal, or is it weak? Pride, Anton Smith, pride. Ain't nobody gonna give up. Putin made a big mistake. Signal's good, thank you. Now, unfortunately for Russia, that's going to be taken into the cities of Russia now. Better think twice before you go on a subway or... Things can get pretty rough over there, Anton Smith. Yeah, we're waiting for Amanda to get a boyfriend. I didn't see any good material here, Amanda. You do want a guy that's got a job, right? I'm no fan of Zelensky. Trust and believe. I'm not a fan of his. I think he's as corrupt can be. Because of his history of graft and corruption in Ukraine. It's one of the reasons Russia invaded. It was so bad over there. That's why I say, so be very cautious about, just take everything with a grain of salt, what you hear. things are rarely cut and dried in the world. Oh, great. Are we not going to get out? I guess we're not going to get out of here, right? All right. Well, we're blocked there. What are we going to do? We're going to turn around. We're going to have to get out here. The older you get, the more you just kind of ask yourself, yeah, other side, right? To not know that Ukraine had corruption is not to know Ukraine. Most people's attention was only drawn to Ukraine once the invasion began. Do I think Russia was right? No. Will they pay a price for it? Yes, they will. The whole world might pay a price for it. He's not a good guy. He's prideful and narcissistic. You got billions of dollars flowing in there. How many millions you think are flowing out? One thing we know is we're allied with him, so we got to make the best of it. Oh, man. Oh, you're in rare form tonight, Amanda. You are in rare form tonight, my girl. Rare form. And that's funny. Now we got to face up to the pollen here tonight. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, she's funny. Come on, let's get a little bit of a thicker skin. She picks on me once. Come on, you know. If something's funny, it's funny. I've been like a a-hole plenty of times on here. I'm not saying you are, but what the heck? Let's not be. She's very pithy. She's a very sharp mind. No, she doesn't pick on you. My car is covered in pollen. Shemaine, do you get allergies at all? It's just terrible out here, this grass. I mean, it's just like, I know Amanda doesn't agree with everything that my opinions and what I believe. It that doesn't take away from the fact that she's funny and lively and an interesting person. And I don't agree with everything she believes, but we have a good time. I don't ask people to do that. No great allergies. Oh, you're lucky. I knew this year was going to be bad. Now I'm somewhere in the second hump climbing the bell curve here. I don't know when I'm going to peak out. Yeah, Anton, we'd like you. Come on. We like you. You make me laugh too. All terror all the time, right? Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, Jules. I'm managing with Claritin and Flonase, and I double up on the Claritin, the Ranitidine. So you go about 5 hours, and then you'll have a breakthrough attack, and then an hour later you'll pull out of it. Then 5 more hours, you'll have another attack. How about that apron? How cool is that? Joy juice, everything on that. How cool is that? This is where I had the big leak over here today. I'm like, why is this all wet over here? And then I see I took the mower and I ran over the. Oh, good job. Good job. Right. Well, I hardly use it. Right. Once a day. Oh. Yeah, I come over here today and look at it. Look at this over here. It's all. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Right. So I lost some water last night. I was like, seriously? Jill Smith, wow, look at that. Jill Smith, thank you, sweetie. Wowzer, wowzer, wowzer. Holy smokes. We got all the material we need for getting the church bathroom done. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jill has been amazing. She has been lighting it up. Thank you, sweetie. I've been hitting some home runs. I don't see the cats tonight. Yeah, she's very generous. And she just came out of Vegas, too, and had to pay up for all of that. Thank you, Jules. I appreciate that. I have a video coming up tomorrow. Hello, Bird. How was the festival?
It was fun.
Okay.
Rosie, look, your sink fell over.
Well, oh, no. Did it just go over?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jill. Oh, wow, Bird, that's crazy. How did it fall over? Plumbing went.
Where was it?
He's sitting up on the side over here. Is that cat knocking on the side?
I'm thinking it was.
I don't know. It's kind of windy, isn't it? Thanks for helping me pick it up. My back is killing me.
Here, I got it, Rosie. Go on, got it.
Thank you.
Here, I got it.
Put that in the top tank. Doing too much work here this week. Blackbird's picking that up for me. Thank you, Bird. Thank you, Jill. I shall be right back. I had a box that was balanced on the side, and I guess it fell over. Bird's kind enough to pick it up.
good dog.
Dang, Bird, that was the whole Rancho plumbing department right there.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time today.
Yeah, the whole town was party. And I actually went up to the stage
Yeah?
and I saw the people dancing, so I got a kick out of that. There was grandma, she was boogie woogieing.
Gassy grandma's down there? Yeah.
And then there was this one girl that was kind of good. I just love to watch people dance. So that was fun.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you. I hate to have to fill up. Boy, if you fill up here, it's $4.99. Unreal. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's nice to know I have a whole team behind me. That's good. She is sweet. It's like my guardian, my new guardian angel. All right, let me get the phone. The Bluetooth doesn't work on this one for some reason. Bird, do you want a shot of want a shot?
Yeah, but you know what I really want, Rosie? Do you have a water?
Oh yeah.
I'm dehydrated.
Don't get dehydrated.
So I guess they're supposed to have something at the grating. Oh, thank you, Rosie. Awesome.
If you got your little plastic cup, I'll pour you a little bit here. Ooh. All right, let me get this thing turned on. I think Shemaine knows the phone number. So if anybody wants to call, it's Flip Flops. I enjoy watching you in your lecture. Oh, yeah, I am Flip Flop. I'm going to try to get on. Thank you. I'm going to try to get on and finish the Marantz in there, the quadraphonic stereo in there.
Oh, it tastes so good.
There you go. Yeah, don't dehydrate yourself.
Thank you, Rosie.
You're welcome.
All right, cheers.
Hold on a minute. Let me. Cheers. Can I ask who Bird is, a renter or family? Well, now he's kind of family here, so.
What?
Somebody asked if you're a renter or a family. I said, you're kind of family here now. You know?
Look what I got now, Rosie.
Yes, of course you can call. Let me see what Bird, let's see what Bird got. Ooh! How cool. You're finally getting with the program. Now he's not with the 49ers anymore. That's cool. Show people it. Jimmy Garoppolo. Turn it around. That's really cool.
It is, isn't it?
Where'd you get it? Off a rack?
No, so I helped my the guy I worked for, or he worked at my old job, So he just wanted me to help him move a shelf upstairs to the second floor.
Yeah. You gave.
So
Wow.
he gave this to me.
Nice. Let me see what the brand is on it. That's
Oh, look at it. It's a
NFLPA. That's cool. That's official stuff. It's not crap. That's
Yeah.
really cool. That's nice. All right. Yeah, birds like family now. Like the little brother around here. All right. Shemaine's wonderful. All right, anybody's welcome to call. I think we're okay. Are we good on volume? I think we're good. Anybody have a story to relay or anything? That's cool. I'm not going to tell my angel story tonight. I just want Anton Smith to get straightened out.
So look, he took me to Home Depot. I used that gift card. I got a $50 gift card from my job.
What did you get it?
So it only cost me $4.
What is it?
It's for your screws.
Organization case?
Yeah, but it goes on my toolbox.
So you can put all your drywall, 1 3/4, 2.
Stuff, yeah, whatever. So
Well, the nice thing about DeWalt systems is they all integrate into you
Yeah.
can put them on a cart and pull it right into the job site.
but
The thing is, people steal stuff. You gotta really keep it.
Rigid's the best one
Yeah.
because Rigid's a lot cheaper. I saw like the bottom cart is $109, right? Rigid it's $70, and they did the 2.0. So
Shemai's preaching. Good night, Shemai. You missed my car. Is going to be
Hey,
the
Shep.
deal. Okay, good, June.
oh, Deb, thank you so much last night, Deb.
Yeah, Deb is amazing. You
my
don't
new-
think it nests together good with the other ones? I think it's a great system.
Yeah, and then
Not as good as the other ones, huh?
well, they do the same thing except Rigid is cheaper, and then Milwaukee is a lot more than DeWalt.
Yeah.
It's like those guys are rich.
Well, I wanted to get a Milwaukee Sawzall, so I got it.
Yeah.
Good night, Shemai. Thank you.
So see, look, it's got two big ones, so you can put screwdrivers or whatever, right? So it's got two big ones and then 8 small ones, and then
cool.
whatever in the middle. And it's made in America.
Is Rosie? Is he Native American or part Native American? He's Native American. Yeah, it's the organizer, the IP65.
So at YCAP, they're a little more money.
That's
So,
cool because they get. The
I've never
thing,
seen
you
it at
pull it
Home
in
Depot.
with all your things on it, and it's all an integrated system. And they have a job site tool bag too, and
So went to
it's
Home
nice
Depot.
to have an integrated system.
So pretty cool. That's what I bought
Yeah,
with
it's
my
very
gift
cool.
card.
That's it.
Can you believe I got a gift
Nice
card?
they gave you a gift card. Looks like the site's going to keep you busy for a while, so. Looks like there's no shortage of work for you over there.
Yeah, it looks like they're.
You probably established a bit of reputation around too as a good laborer.
Oh, and then they had this one, right? This one, it's got 2 drawers that come out, but that one was $130. So instead of opening it on the top, the drawers just slide out. Right here.
Yeah,
That
did you
one.
ever get the? Didn't you get the radio with the charge? Did you get that?
I don't get that one. That one's $300. I just got the radio. Like with that doesn't go on the toolbox.
Doesn't last long on the job site either. Blackbird's a real deal Native American. I'm half Cherokee. All right, there you go, Jamie.
Yeah, so
Would you-
pretty cool.
Nurses Aid, or were they Lumbee Indians? Yeah, there's lots of Lumbee. Hey, Roscoe, lots of Lumbees in North Carolina. A lot of them came up to Baltimore, too. I knew a lot of Lumbee Indians. I'm in Santa Rosa, California. I'm like a fish out of water here. I'm from Baltimore originally, so far from my home base, like 3,000 miles away. So nice box.
Yeah, so that's good to have.
Yeah, if I'm a drywall guy, I want to have that thing with all the lengths I need and stuff and all the screws. Do they have the grabber man comes on site, or do they have any tool guys come on site and stuff? But no supply guys come on or anything.
Yeah, the radio's cool. I see some of those Milwaukee guys, they got radios.
Some places don't want you to have a radio on site and stuff.
Yeah.
Some of the big union jobs, they don't want to have radios. How durable? Oh, that's good. It's like a polystyrene. It's good. It's not brittle.
Yeah. It was made in America.
I sit around Maryland, but original piano was going way back. All right. Well, welcome to the chat.
So I
Remember, you're welcome to call in. Oh, I got the. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. I got the setting wrong on here. Hold on a minute. Wow. How dumb am I? Don't answer that question. All right, there we go. I had to do not disturb on. Sorry. Are we on? Whoever just called, call back. 209. Give me a call. I think that was Alan Gentry. Just call back, Alan.
Oh.
Did they have any band of note there, or just
Yeah,
cover band?
a cover band. And they played like disco.
Was it crowded?
It was. It wasn't like.
Did you try any
it
of the
was.
food or anything?
No, their lines are too long. I went to McDonald's today.
They had
so
like $15 for a drink up there, a margarita or something.
Yeah. I bought a beer last week, so $7. So $8 was a tip.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hey, Alan Gentry, how are you? How's everything in the greater Oakdale area today?
Well, it got pretty warm today.
Yeah, how are you feeling, by the way?
Oh, I'm feeling good. All the, you know, that big C that I had, it sort of takes your energy. I'm starting to get it back now, but about a week there, my energy was real low.
Yeah, they like that. But Alan, you know,
Thank goodness.
Shimei had COVID, and she thought she might have long COVID symptoms from it.
Oh wow!
So.
I didn't know that, but I'm feeling a lot better now.
All right, Bird.
But, I had it before, and it did the same thing. So, but I had it a lot worse than before.
Let me just tell the chat. I've got Alan Gentry on the phone. Alan is a great friend. He's down in Central Valley. I'll tell you guys, I've told you before, I was rolling on towards Sonora or Knights Ferry, and I went through Oakdale, and I was kicking myself in the butt that I didn't plan on stopping overnight in Oakdale, because it looked like a really, really cool town. So I got to kind of know Alan. I'm going to be doing a trip to Sonora, which is going to start with having breakfast, hopefully with Alan, and then also with Naomi Garza here, and then looking around Oakdale a little bit, and then afternoon or so I'll roll on to Sonora. We might have Jamie come up too, and meet us. Wouldn't that be fun? You know, if we could meet up someplace for breakfast or something, that would really be cool. So he is on the phone now. You were going to relay to us some type of paranormal experience that happened to you?
Well, the reason why is because I never did believe in any kind of paranormal, all the years. but this was when this happened. It was in 2008, and I was at work, and you know,
What kind of work do you? I might stop and interrupt you. What kind of work were you doing?
well, I was spraying the greens.
Oh,
At the
that's
golf
right. You were a
course.
golf course landscaper. Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
manager. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, so we go out there in at night to spray the greens because we don't want the golfers seeing it because they all freak out about pesticides and insecticides. It just really bothers them. So we go out there in the middle of the night and do it.
Yeah. Well,
And then nobody,
Alan, it is California, and even in the Central Valley, you have people that worry about everything that gets sprayed out there. So.
although I tried to tell them before that the spray, by the time they come in to golf again, it is dissipated because in California they won't let you spray anything. It's got a half-life to it, anymore.
Yeah, you have to have something registered for a big commercial application like that. So.
Right.
Right.
Anyway, so just getting down to the story is, I was on a cart. It's a industrial type cart. It's not a golf cart, but it's something like it.
Like
And,
a rhino or something like that.
Yeah, sort of like a gator.
Okay.
If you know what a gator.
Yeah, I know what a gator is. Gators, rhinos. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I came up to the shop, and I call it a shop, but it's a warehouse actually, and it's got this big roll-up door that's electric. That you push a button in it and it opens up.
Yeah.
And lets you in, and it's big enough. It's about 30 feet wide and about 30 feet high. The roll-up door is, so we can get our big mowers and stuff because everything's stored in that warehouse. Well, anyway, so you have to go through the door and turn the alarm off and then go and open the door up. Well, I did that. I go through the door, open the door up, go through and hit the switch, and nothing happens. It won't roll up on me. Well, it's got a manual.
So what you're saying is you walk through the door to hit the switch to put the roll-up door up. You didn't have like a infrared clicker or something. You went inside.
Oh, no.
Okay, so you had to push the button and nothing.
You have to manually push the button with your
nothing happened.
Nothing happens. So this has happened before. It's happened to me before, but you go up on the motor, you get a ladder, and you have to get up there and hit the reset switch, and reset the motor. Okay. Well, I go up there and and the reset button's not, it's not tripped. And I'm thinking, what the heck's wrong with this door? And I work on this thing for about an hour, and I can't get it to work.
What did you try to do? Did you look at the circuit breaker box? Did you?
Oh yeah, I went through the whole, the whole list of everything to get.
I'm sorry, Flan. I didn't get to the PO box. The allergies overwhelmed me this week. So I'm sorry, Alan. Go ahead.
It's all right. Well, anyway, so eventually I give up. And it's got a chain that you can lift that door, but it's so heavy. I mean, it's just unbelievably heavy. But I get it up, and I have to go back out there, right? But I worked on that door for an hour, like I said, and I couldn't get it to go. And there was no reason why that door would not open. Well, anyway, so I go back out. I go to hell with it. I go. I've got to get my work done. I've got to get this done. I want to go home. So I go back out on the golf course. Well, all right. I got to explain something to you now. I got to go off the
That's okay. Take your time.
Well, anyway, there's another warehouse, a little storage shed. It sort of blocks the view of the door. You have to go around it, and when you go around it, you come in view of the big big sliding door, you know, the big.
Now wait,
the big
no,
one.
wait a minute. You're telling me there's another building.
Yeah, there's another building in front of that.
Okay.
That you have to. It's a storage. It's a storage shed. It's pretty
Okay.
big.
All right.
But you go around it to come in view of the big
Okay.
door. Okay. Well, I drove down the golf course and I was working down there, and it completely vanished out of my mind what had happened, because I mean, you just got to put it behind you. You got to open it up again manually. Well, I'm coming around the corner, Rosie, and I'm coming around, you know, and as soon as I get in view of around that other building and get in view of that door,
The door that's malfunctioning. Yeah.
yeah, it automatically opens. It's not supposed to be automatic. It automatically comes up, just like, oh, okay, I decide to, you know, I mean, it just rolls up on me. I mean, just completely goes up. And the only thing I can think of is the vibration from my cart coming around the corner in the ground. Maybe it tripped, you know, it caused it to, the vibration, but no, it couldn't have, because it was from the distance, it's, I'd say 50 feet. So that couldn't have been it. It just rolls up automatically. And for the rest of the night, the door works perfect. Yeah. So there's no logical explanation for that. And you know, I've been up there at night before, and I'd sit down and have me a cup of coffee all by myself, and I'd hear weird noises in the building. But you know, you always hear that because the metal building,
because of the wind and everything else. Flexible sides. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's heating. You know.
Is it like a Morton building, something like that?
Yeah, it's
metal sided.
Yeah, it's just metal. And you know, you always hear metal contracting, you know, and stuff.
we call those Morton buildings that are just metal sided and stuff.
But I did hear some weird noises before that was unexplainable. But I thought it's just a bird, because we have birds that would get in there and make its nest, you know.
Well, shit, I would have tendered my resignation the next morning. I'd be like, bye. You know, I'm going to go over to the other golf course. I'm not going to stay at this one anymore.
Anyway, that's
hell.
The story.
I would have called an exorcist and get on over here and see what's going on. We have demonic infestation here in this place.
Well, what's funny is the next day I had a meeting, because you know, I got everybody, all the work guys together and everything. I come in and I go, you know, and I talked to the mechanic. We have a mechanic there full time, and I talked to him and I said, hey, I want to tell you what happened last night. And all of them looked like, oh yeah, right. What have you been drinking? and they didn't. Nobody believed me. Nobody believed the story. And I stuck to that story, and I told him, hey, this happened to me. And anyway, it was just, I've never had anything like that happen in my life. And and then, you know, the rest of the night I was looking around my shoulder thinking, I was thinking somebody, because when that door opened like that, I run in the shop thinking somebody was in there, you know.
Yeah. Well, do you believe in spirits, Alan?
Well, yeah, I do. Well, you know, I didn't before, but I sure, boy, now I believe.
Well, I sure do. You listen to some of the, you talk to some people in real life about exorcisms of people and stuff, and I sure believe it. You know, absolutely. Some horrific. You know how many times the average, you start talking to these guys, it takes 70 sessions to remove a spirit. 70 sessions to do that.
Wow.
So you want to talk about an exhausting, crappy job that I would never want to do?
No.
You know?
Yes. Well, I was going to tell you, there's a little twist to this story, though. that's really weird. It was only a day before this person passed away that this happened, and they.
Well, who passed away? A member?
No, it wasn't a family member. It
No,
was
I
just
meant
a
a
friend.
member. Oh, okay. So it's one of your
no,
friends.
It was just
okay.
it was a friend, sort of a friend. He sort of accepted me, but at the same time, he sort of liked me, but he didn't like me. If you can understand that point, you know.
I can't imagine anybody not liking you,
And
Alan.
I
But
just
go
seen
ahead.
the guy. Well, I just seen the guy the day before, and he had a heart attack and he passed away. And he always told me, it's weird. He always told me, when I die, I'm going to get back at you.
Oh
And he
man,
used to say it
really?
jokingly.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was.
Yeah. What the hell?
It was
What kind of person says that? I'm gonna get back at. Come on.
Well, he was.
Well, what did
he
you do
said it-
wrong? What did you do? What does he think? What does he perceive that you did wrong to him? What?
Well, he just never did. He was one of those kind of people that if you outdid him, he was competitive. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And so he said it jokingly, but at the same time, you can tell when somebody sort of means it.
Yeah, when they
know,
sort of mean it, but they'll put it in a joke format. Yeah, so.
Yeah, well, he passed away the night before, and it was just really weird, Rosie, because I just all of a sudden started thinking about that. I couldn't get it out of my mind that this happened, and I could just see this guy laughing at me, saying, "I got you now." I had to laugh.
Maybe we're kind of laughing at him now, wherever he is. You know what I mean? Maybe
Yeah.
you know. Do you?
Yeah, he was
So
ornery.
how long did it take to pass then when you stopped putting this whole? I know you probably reflected on it a couple days or whatever, but
Yeah.
how long till that cleared your mind? Would
Well,
you say?
Well, you know what? It lasted a long time because I had to go back up there and do that again. And every time, every once a month you have to go up there. I always do it on my free time, come up there and work, and when nobody else is around, because I like doing it that way. And every time for years until I retired, I always thought about that every time I was up there by
Wow.
myself in the middle of the night because
Isn't it weird when you think about it?
Yeah,
Spirits wouldn't be something that really has day or night. When you think about it, it wouldn't even be relevant to a spirit whether it's day or night. But isn't it strange how people seem to have their encounters at nighttime, and not
Yeah.
during broad daylight or
yeah, it's
you know?
really. I mean, it was, but that door. Ever since that happened, that door never did do that ever again.
Man, that's weird.
I mean, it never failed. It never did that. It probably failed, but all you had to do is go up there and hit the reset switch. But this time, it wasn't reset switch. It wasn't the circuit breakers. There was nothing. I checked the chain because it's a chain drive. I checked the chain. I checked the motor, felt of the motor, and smell of it, for
Yeah,
burnt,
just to make sure it wasn't in a jam state or something, right? It
Yeah.
was just, I got you.
And it was just totally dead. It was like there was no electricity going to it, and I couldn't figure out. I go in the circuit breaker box. I went to the reset button, all this stuff, and it would not work. And then all of a sudden, it just starts working again. And with that happening, coming around the corner, and this door opening up automatically, it just all of a sudden just.
They would see me running over the hills like, bye, right? Like a movie, like there it goes,
Well,
off in the distance, through,
Well,
bye.
and this isn't a bad, neighborhood.
No, I'm not talking about a neighborhood. I'm just talking about,
Yeah.
I don't, it's just, discounting the neighborhood, just like,
Right.
I don't need this in my life. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
So-
yeah, but well, why I was saying it's in a bad neighborhood is it is, and everybody told me-
was this Modesto or where was this?
Yes, Modesto
Oh, okay.
and it's in a bad part. It's on the west side of Modesto, which anybody, if they know Modesto, that's like gangster city.
Is that
you know?
down like when I went to the Snow White Drive-In down there? Was I down around that area?
No.
Okay.
It's farther west in
Okay.
Modesto. It's by John Thurman Field in Modesto, and it's way down. Anyway, it's in an industrial area type
Yeah,
place.
I'll have to roll
with-
through, and we'll have to live stream rolling through the little hell town down there. Yeah.
Well, on the west side. It's nothing but, I'd be down there working on the golf course, and I hear automatic weapon fire all night long. The people shooting. you hear all this stuff.
Hey man, this is America, dude. This is right.
But people, all the people that work there always used to say, "You're crazy going out there by yourself in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid?" And I go, "No, because I always carried that bear spray on me, and I always was packing, so I didn't worry about."
Yeah, and I mean, after coming out of Vietnam too, I'm sure that kind of desensitized you a bit too.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Jeez.
they always say, "Aren't you?" And I never was scared until that night. That for a while, for about a week, it affected me. It being like I kept on putting in my mind there had to be somebody in that shop to open that door, and then.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. That's pretty weird,
Yeah, but then again, if they would have been in the shop, they would have set the alarm off, because I have to, I set the alarm every time I leave the shop.
Yeah.
So and it's a really good alarm system. So they would have set the alarm off. So it was just no alarms were set off, and this door opens right up for me. I mean, I was just really, it freaked me out. That's one of the weirdest things. I mean, I've been through a lot of things, and humans scare me more than anything. But
Well,
that
I mean,
was
that's just no. I mean, spirits got nothing on people these days. I'm just saying
no.
The people are a lot more frightening than the spirit. Than
Well,
the
I've
spirit world
had
now.
people. You see, I knew the homeless because, it's better to get to know people than to try to be a hole and So I'd get to know these homeless that walked around down there at nighttime and stuff. So I got to know all of them, because you don't want to be. You don't want to have a negative relationship with like
people.
you do,
You got to have a positive relationship with people,
Yeah.
no matter what. Yeah.
And so they all liked me, or
Because one of these people might actually save your life in a street encounter when you least expect it. One of your guardian angels that you helped out on the street all of a sudden is right there taking up your battle for you with somebody else. I mean, I'm just like, whoa,
Oh yeah, exactly. So I thought it's better to be copacetic with these people.
Yeah.
Than
Well, you're
to
smart. You're
just-
smart, Alan. You're smart. You're smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I treat them like human beings, and if I seen one of them, they were down and out, I'd throw. I don't care if they used it for a bottle of wine or drugs or whatever.
I don't care. It's not my problem.
$5,
Yeah. I'm not.
It's your problem. If you go buy drugs with it instead of food, it's
right.
your problem.
I know
not
the way.
mine.
I know the spirit I gave it. Whether you take it that way, well, by that point it passes from me to you, so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
That's it. But
Right.
I'd be setting up at the shop, and they'd scare the hell out of me because I'd be up there in the break room drinking my coffee, and one of those people would come up and, "Hey, Alan," and get my attention, and it scared the hell out of me because, this is like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh
like,
man. Oh wow.
and I'd come out there and I'd say, don't do that to me, and anyway, so usually they wanted something. Hey, you got some water? Because they.
Be
So-
kind. I mean, my
Yeah.
God. I mean, Yeah,
So,
well, that's
so when I
one of the
see you
reasons I really like you, Alan, is your humanity. You know, you don't sit there and parse stuff and dissect it and wonder, well, what's this guy going? You just do it, man. You just hand it out, right? I mean,
yeah, well, and I see you do that
well,
on the streets,
I don't do anything. I'm just saying, you know, but
Yeah.
yeah,
But I mean, yeah, I relate to that. I relate to what it's better to be kind at first, instead of just be like,
yeah.
get out of
Alan
here,
is a great. Alan is he's better. He's a great egg. He's not a good egg. He's a great egg. You know, and he's been inspirational in a lot of ways in the chat here. You know, coming out of Nam and all the really nitty gritty. It wasn't a desk jockey job. I mean, it was the real deal in
Yeah.
there. So you know, yeah, very
Yeah,
good
that's
guy. I really look up to Alan in a lot of ways and admire him for
well, thanks, Rosie.
his persistency and all that.
But anyway, these people, so they all got to knowing me over the years, and they actually, you're right, they would help me out. And they'd come up, even, they'd get their food stamps. These homeless, they'd get their food stamps and come up and offer me, hey, you want something to eat? They were that way. They were actually giving the shirt off their back, these people would, to you.
Yeah, let's give a thumbs up here for Alan. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please take a second to do so. It's one of the most inspirational people in my life. And I'm really glad that he recovered from, we were a little nervous there for a while, Alan, with your big C situation, the cornholio, as I call it. So.
Well, not only on that, with that, then I had that, I had a kidney infection and UTI and all that.
Yeah, you went through it. I know that.
Yeah. So but anyway, but that was just one of the most scary. I mean, of all the stuff I've been through in my life, that was one of the most scary experiences.
That would have me thinking for a while, about especially when you got up there and you're mechanically and electrically inclined, and there's no reason in God's green earth that thing wouldn't be coming down.
Oh, it just didn't make no sense. I just thought, well, the motor's burned up.
Right.
That's what I thought. I thought, well, it's just quick. But then it works, and it works perfectly the rest of the night. I just did it. Just really, I mean.
Well, great story, Alan. Great story.
That is a good story. But anyway, I'll get off here and let somebody else call in.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, Alan.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Having a good breakfast and hanging out and maybe looking around Oakdale a little bit. And it's going to be fun.
I can show you some of the things at Oakdale. Okay, Rosie. Good
all right. Well, thank
to
you, Alan. Good talking to
You're
you
welcome.
too. Be well and continued health to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Great guy. I tell you the story of Bishop Pike, who was an Anglican bishop back in the 1960s, and he was really big into social stuff and social justice and stuff. And in my mind, this is when churches and stuff started deviating from their core. Business, but be that as it may, and unfortunately, his son shot himself in the head in a hotel room in New York City, and it totally changed. He was a lawyer that became he was raised Roman Catholic, then he went to law school, then he became an Anglican bishop, and his son blew his brains out, and he went on to have a TV show. It was kind of the Protestant answer to Bishop Fulton Sheen and his show, like Life is Worth Living or whatever. And then when his son died, he started getting into crystals and seances, and he started to work with the occult and stuff. And he left the ministry, he left the Anglican Church. And what finally happened, he ended up, multiple marriages failed and stuff, he ended up he thought I could reground myself if I go to Israel. And he went to Israel, and he was starting to explore around, and he and his wife, they went out to the desert, and his car got stuck, and somehow or another his wife was found, but he actually slipped down the side of a mountain and plunged to his death over there. And so I'm just saying, weird stuff happens, and I just caution people about the gateways to the demonic and stuff like that. And when you think about all the tragedy that came down on this guy in his life, and plunging to his death off the side of trying to climb out in desperation of where he was, and then slipping and falling. I don't know what caused him to do that. I don't think we ever really know. I don't think we'll ever know. But Bishop James Pike is a very was a well-known person, and got all involved in the occult and stuff like that. I think you have to be very, very careful with that stuff. You're basically saying, I'm putting this above God. Right? Might be superstition, but when you think about it, if you think that this is more powerful than the God that most of us believe in, you're clearly breaking the first commandment there. You're having more faith in the spirit world than... Tiger, where is Trotsky? Did you eat him? Where is he?
I don't know.
Trotsky! There's baby socks. I don't know where Trotsky is tonight. Your mileage may vary, but for me, it was a very telling story of just a horrific ending. To plunge to your death trying to crawl out of a canyon and just slip on the wall and boom. Same thing with Houdini. Was so distraught about the death of his mother, hit him so hard in the 1920s and stuff, that he was the first one that experienced and had seances to try to and all these mediums flim-flammed him and cheated him and had mechanical devices to lift up the tables and stuff, but he never found that peace. And then of course he died tragically when he defied people to punch him in the stomach, and like the kick me in the nuts guy in Vegas or whatever. So it rarely has a good ending to it. Hey Naomi, how you doing, babe? So I'd be very cautious. So the phone line is open if anybody wants to call. June, are you going to call? Relay the story when you saw that guy's face after a 32-mile drive to deliver. I don't know what the phone number is. I don't know. Somebody has to post it. I don't know. I have found in peace yet. I think the therapist said shot. I'm not sure what that means. June's delivery job has gone great. She went 32 miles to deliver a hamburger. I love June. She's like, oh man, I was so mad on the way out there. It's like, oh, why did I hit this delivery? Right? And you got to make good on it, or else it impacts your performance. I mean, you got to do it up, right? And I can imagine June like, here's 16 miles, we're still going. Hi Patricia, we're still rolling here. 22 miles, 24 miles, here we are. We still got 8 miles to go. It's like, This guy on the other end will never go. I didn't go down to Fremont. I had the overwhelming feeling not to. I listened to that 6 cent IRL. I want to tell you that Fremont Street is very, very strange. Fremont Street, I've never seen a place in the United States that changes its complexion day to day. Like Sunday is a totally different feel than Friday, Sunday night. Or Wednesday's totally different feeling than Friday. It's the darndest thing, and it's all being driven by hotel rates downtown, right? And it's just absolutely amazing. Hello, Cheryl S. Cheryl S., will you put me up in the Fontainebleau when it opens? I'm just too scared to go by myself. I would go anywhere. It depends what night you were going down at. Like if you were going down Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I would say you'd be all right. You know, but it can be a bit overwhelming because when it gets crowded, some people don't like being in a real crowd situation and stuff. They don't like that being hemmed in, and you got to always be walking around people, and people are drinking and they're banging into you with their cups of beer, and it can be a little daunting sometimes. So I don't think you're the first one, Jill Smith, that ever had that feeling down there about that. So I'd like to put me up at the, yeah, I want you to put me up there. What do you want? I notice others are coming on how different the vibe is. The vibe is totally different. Totally different. I remember when prices are cheap, it brings in the worst element of LA. When the cost goes up, then it's a better cut of people down there. The worst was during the pandemic. I never saw anything like that in my life. As we were coming out of the pandemic in mid-2021 into 2022, and then it was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know what the heck the number is. Let me see. Cheryl, what's my phone number here? Hold on a minute. I don't ever call myself, right? Jamie, are you going to tell me a story? Let's see. All right, the phone number is 707-235-804. That's 707-235-8049. All right, there we go. So I got it. There it is. So, Jody, how you doing, babe? Yeah, if you want to, the phone line is open. We had Alan call. If you've got a weird paranormal experience, I'm not going to relay my guardian angel experience. You guys are going to be blown away when you hear it. You may defy it. You may dispute it until you hear the very end. Until you hear what made it so freaking unbelievable. You want to call a 1 in 1,000 shot. Hi.
Miss Rosie, it's Deborah Langley. How are you?
Deborah, how are you, sweetheart?
I'm good.
It's the Queen of SoCal on here, the Imperial County. How you doing, honey? What's going on? You got a weird experience to tell us in the slabs?
Oh my God. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I mean, a sober one, not a, like.
I don't talk too much about that. I live a little close.
Yeah, you got a good radio voice, by the way, Deborah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been an interesting experience living out here for sure.
Now, are you still in the Neyland area?
Yeah, I live in Nyland. It's about I don't know, 2 miles from Slabs.
Yeah, it's the road's a little rough to get in there, but I know some people
Yeah.
call it Neeland, some people call it Nyland, but the
Yeah.
Neeland area there. It's
Yeah.
Neeland looks like a very interesting town to me because a lot of it is boarded up, but some, it's where I got some Guinness for cause when before I came in and stuff. So,
Yeah.
what's the best
Well,
part of living in Nyland down there?
Um, it's really quiet where I'm at. It's very quiet. I'm off the beaten path. The property I'm on is almost 2 acres with a pond on it. So I've got a lot of like palms and other native trees and stuff on my property.
Well, let me ask you a question. Am I nuts when I say that at the nighttime in the desert, maybe like 8:30, 9 p.m. begins just such a, I don't know how to describe it, just a beautiful experience when the breeze comes across the desert and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean that it's gorgeous. Plus you can see all the stars.
Yeah, you feel so good, and I mean you don't have any real pollution down in Nyland down there, so you look up at the sky, and you're looking a billion miles away or whatever when you're looking up there. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely clear view. Most of the time. I mean, it's rare that we get like a major overcast event going on, and every once in a blue moon, we'll get some of that LA smog sent this way, but that's really rare.
Let me ask you another question here tonight, Deborah.
Sure.
How often do you get do you drive down that kind of rough road into the slabs there?
Oh yeah. I mean, I hang out with cons once in a while. I've got a lot of friends out there.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I'm sure you do. I mean, you're a nice person,
No, thank you. Well, I try, but not as often as I used to. That car that I sold caused.
Was that the
The element.
yeah, the element, yeah.
Yeah. It took a beating. I put probably at least $4,000 into that car since I had it out here. Just in, springs and shocks and, motor mounts and, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
tell people about this used to be an army base, or what was it,
Navy,
Navy base
Navy days.
for
Yeah.
training flyers, I guess, out there, whatever. And people can't appreciate the roads are really rather rough in that area because they're not going to. Imperial County has no interest in improving them out there.
Not
So.
not that road so much, but they've done some recent changes with lithium mining coming in.
Yeah,
Suddenly, the county just decided to fix like the sewer systems and the water systems and the
Wow.
power grid. It's been interesting watching them suddenly take interest in this area.
is there employment opportunity maybe for people that are down there with some of the lithium mining stuff?
I think so. Yeah. I've seen some help wanted in job training stuff go up on the board
Yeah.
down here, but
You're
it's
probably in the
gonna-
wrong area though for people to sign up for work. A lot of ways down there. I don't know.
A lot of them don't want to.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, it's sad.
how do
I'm
people
just-
get by down there though, Deb? If you're there, I know Kaz does website development or stuff like that, but what is the average? Just what do they do down there? How do they live down there?
I think a number of people are on some type of disability. Some are on Social Security. Some have no income. Some are just there to do drugs. And that's where the theft and the problems usually comes from.
Yeah.
But it's a cool place for a minute.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I felt about it. Like, you definitely do not want to roll in there without a certain level of respect when you appear in there. You better not be perceived as a person that looks down on other people in their state of life down there. You know what I'm saying?
No,
People will
there's so
accept
many.
you and be nice to me like they were to me, and they, like the Handlebar and other places. But yet I've heard horror stories of people that roll in there for what I call the degradation tour to show how depraved people can be and all that. And it's really not a good way to approach humanity, especially in there.
Nobody wants to feel like they're at a zoo.
Right.
And
Yeah.
people think because they're living in subpar conditions that it's okay to go in there and treat them like they're subhuman.
No,
And
that's a ticket to end up floating in a canal going down to Mexico. Down
right,
there, you know.
so I lived out there for 6 months, and I was over it pretty quick. I mean, I like quiet, and I had a couple tweakers living by me, and that led to me losing my temper twice. So, the screaming all night crap.
Yeah,
going
which
on.
it probably takes a lot to. You seem like an easygoing person, so you're not the kind of person I think that's apt to lose your temper just because somebody has their radio loud or whatever.
Oh,
you know.
yeah, no. I mean, there's reasonable, and then there's completely unreasonable
Right.
and disrespectful, And no, I don't normally lose my temper. It takes a bit to get me there, but once
Now,
it's gone,
what's the story on Kaz? Does he want to get mobile now? Does he want to? Is he willing to give up his site there or whatever? I mean, he's got such a cherry site on that little high ground there.
I don't think he's giving it up right away. I think that's eventually the plan. Cause is tired. I mean, this is a struggle living out this way, and he's done really well for himself in a lot of ways, and I think the element would give him an opportunity to go and find maybe a more effective piece of land he can be on where he can grow and
Yeah, he's
raise
probably burned out on the whole experience down there, right?
I think so.
And I didn't want him to be mad at me because it was 2019. I was in there, and then 2021, and all this time later, and then he's like, I want to get the element rebuilt. Well, I got Blackbird here now. I mean, what do I do?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like.
Right.
I'd bend over bad. I'd help Kaz, and he knows I would. So I don't want to feel like he's mad at me or something. I mean, there's only so much I can do in life to, I'm helping out the church down in Vegas now and doing some restoration work down there. I would always welcome him to come here. We'd figure stuff out, but it's not like I can offer him like a domicile like I was able to offer Elvis and other burden people. So I don't know.
Well, it's kind of my fault because he was talking about rebuilding it, and I said, if there was anyone that I would be secure in helping to produce, and Kaz is not like Elvis at all.
No, I met Kaz. Kaz is cool. Yeah.
He'd be right up in there helping.
Yeah.
Not sit back telling you how to do it.
Yeah, so tell him if you see, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater here. Go do a little touring first, get yourself an air mattress, and just go down to like Imperial Beach in San Diego. Go around Encinitas, and there's so many cool spots up on the coast of California and stuff that aren't going to be a ton of gas to get there and stuff. And
yep.
He's got a great vehicle in the Element, and
oh my God, yeah. If I started having trouble with getting it registered because it kept throwing codes for the catalytic converter.
Yeah.
And I started pricing all that, and I'm like, do I want to put $3,000 into this?
Oh,
no.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. So I was given a Toyota Camry by friends that I've had for 40 plus years, and so Kaz was the only one I could think of locally that would really appreciate the car.
Yeah.
And
well, I think he would. He needs a change of venue. I mean, when you grow up in the upper Midwest and stuff like that, and it's just like after a while you need to see a little bit of green. You know what I mean? And remember a couple of years ago when it was so hot down there, and we got Kaz into a hotel room because it was so bad.
I know.
Down there.
I was worried sick for him.
Yeah.
He was not doing well at all.
Yeah, he wasn't doing well. He was starting to get delusional down there, and it's like, whoa,
once that sets in, there's not a lot of quick reversal.
No, you can't pull it out of quickly. That's when Bird asks me for water and stuff, I make sure to give.
Yep.
It's easy to get dehydrated, and it was only 90 today or something here. But Deborah, you sound like you're doing well.
I am. I'm hanging in there. Hell's coming. So I'm getting ready for that.
Yeah, well, you're in a good situation now. You got some people that like you, and that's always a good thing to be in.
Yeah, my neighbors are awesome. You know, I got a nice little spot right here.
Yeah.
So, you know, and a lot of good friends and developed over the years. But Rosie, I just wanted to say hi to you. I love you, and
Yeah, I
you
love you
always,
too, honey. I like what you do. I'm always very honored when you stop by my chat. I know you go to a lot of
aw,
different places, I know, but I'm always
yeah.
tickled pink whenever I see you in the chat and stuff. So
Thank you. You
you
always
know
make
that.
me feel welcome.
Yep.
All right, sweetheart. Well, enjoy the rest of your night.
All right, honey. Take
I'll
care
be
and be
right back.
safe down there, okay?
All right. All
All
right.
right, bye.
Bye.
There's a slabs legend right there, man. So that's it. It's a bit warm in Phoenix. It was nice today. I finally got to 91. I might have to put on my thermal underneath of this tonight, but it's nice. Now I have diarrhea. Thanks for sharing. Hi.
Hey, good evening. I like your show.
Who's this?
This is Jack Sadie from Arizona, from
Hey,
Phoenix.
hey, Jack. How you doing tonight? Thanks for calling in.
Oh, pretty good. This is my first time calling in, and like I said, your show is fantastic. I get a lot of problems in life too, but
I'm really honored that you called in tonight. I mean, it's the honor's all mine, not yours. It's mine to have you call in tonight. How long have you been on the channel?
I just found it today.
Wow, that's good turnaround time here, huh?
Oh, definitely. Are you in Phoenix? I heard you mentioning part of Arizona.
No, I'm in Santa Rosa, California, which is about 50 miles north of the Golden Gate Bridge in wine country up here, Sonoma, Napa counties.
One of my roommates just got back from she went with her son to San Francisco and did a lot of touring and everything.
Yeah.
So she just got back. They were there for about 4 days.
Yeah, did she pack her heater with her when she was walking?
I took some heavy coats. I know that.
Well, San Francisco is really getting quite rough these days down there with craziness on the streets and stuff. And well, I'm glad she had a good time. So, what part of are you in Phoenix? Correct?
Yes, I used to live in upstate New York, a place called Elmira.
Yeah, I know Elmira. I have a brother in Syracuse, and I know very well
Yeah.
Ausable Chasm up there, and the beautiful. What a 81 up there is magnificent, and
Route 81.
magnificent, and from Hyde Park and up on the river there and all the way down. I mean, people don't know how beautiful New York State is. They think of Manhattan and stuff. They have no concept of how beautiful New York State is. It's Saratoga Springs and all those, just so beautiful.
You know, we had a flood there in 1972 that from Hurricane Agnes.
Yeah.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was bad in Maryland too during Hurricane Agnes too. I remember that. Yeah, because I grew up in Baltimore, so I remember Hurricane Agnes.
Let me tell you one thing that happened to me. Well, my parents no longer are alive. My mom died in 2009. My dad died in 2007.
Sorry to hear that.
Anyway, I had this foot doctor that's really been taking me to the cleaners, which I told him off, and I went to get another foot doctor who's fantastic. He had to amputate one of my toes.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. Is it diabetes or what are we talking about here?
No diabetes. There was a sore on the bottom of my foot, and the toe got infected, and he wanted to. He had to amputate that, so none of the other feet toes would get infected.
So what was the deal on? If you don't mind me asking, were they podiatrists that you were using, or what are we talking about here?
A regular foot doctor, podiatrist.
Yeah, podiatrist. Yeah. So what was the story on? If you don't, I'm not asking you to name names, but what was the story on the first physician that?
The first one, I had been seeing him since last April or whatever, and he was going to do some surgery on me. He was going to go into like 3 of my toes and take out some bone. And that really would have messed me up, so this new doctor tells me. But I called him on the day before surgery and told him that he was milking my insurance company and myself. and that made him not want to do the surgery. So I found
Wait a
this
minute,
new doc-
there was what was that again? What was that again that happened?
I told him he had been milking myself
Oh.
and my insurance company because he had been seeing me since last April, and I thought that was a little bit ridiculous.
And there was no progress being made really, so
No,
now you were looking at potentially 2 to 3 toes being amputated here.
at least. And this new doctor is
Would you
fantastic.
what was you mind if I ask you a question? I don't want to pry.
Oh, no.
What would you say the age was of the first doctor compared to the second doctor here?
They were both young. I think the second doctor was a little bit younger than the first doctor.
Okay. Because
And,
medicine's moving so fast now, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't want to. I want a good old country to blah blah blah." And I'm like, "No, I kind of want the latest one that's come out of, residency training that has the newest and newest." Well, how did everything work out for you?
Oh, well, great. I had my right foot's it's not bandaged, but there's dressing on it.
Okay.
And then there's some thick padding at the bottom. I went to see the foot doctor last Tuesday, and he said it's really healing up good.
So Jack, you're going to be able to walk then, right? So.
Yes, I've been taking real good care of it and keeping my foot reclined.
That's awesome. That's great.
And in a couple of weeks, I should be A-okay, I hope.
That's great. Well, I'm really glad that you found your way to my channel. Here.
Yes, I am too.
I'm very honored. I've been here 10 and a half years now on YouTube. So I got some people that have been here from day one and others that have, like you, to come along recently. And I'm very honored that you're here.
Well, I appreciate you talking with me, and you have a great evening. I'll let you go so you can get back to some more callers.
All right. Thank you, sweets. Take care, and God bless, and continued healing to you, Jack.
Thank you.
All right.
You take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ooh, nice calls tonight, huh? Nice calls tonight. Some very inspirational people. I love that. I'm going to take a break, use the head for a minute, grab a beer, and I'll be right back. Okay, Dave and Luna, good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, I think a lot of things is like a numbers game. Like I'm out of the medical field now. Whoever's calling from the 530, please call back. Oh, all right. I'm thinking I'm such a fool, right? I get a little bit of arthritis in my fingers. I get a little bit of allergies, and I complain and blubber like a baby when you got people with real medical situations going on here. Forgive me, guys, for my immodesty when it comes to that. All right, here we go. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hey, Rosie, it's me, Naomi. What's
Hey,
up?
Naomi, what's going on, girl?
Just finished watching this same old scary movie.
What are you watching?
I don't remember. I don't remember, but it had like a lot of monsters in it.
Well, let me ask you a question, Naomi. Have you ever had what one might consider a paranormal experience?
A paranormal experience.
Yeah, has anything weird ever happened to you?
I'm not really in tune with that.
Do you watch scary movies?
Sometimes
Do you like scary movies?
they freak me out.
What freaks you out about them?
The monsters.
Okay, so all right, that's interesting. But you've never had like a like Alan was talking about with the door, the roll-up door that wouldn't move, and then all of a sudden he came around a corner and it started moving again.
I used to live in this house that I swear was haunted. It was in the mountains.
Tell me what happened.
It's just the feelings that me and my family had.
Was it a feeling of doom, or what was a feeling of just negative feeling, like you just never felt comfortable in the house?
It just felt uneasy.
Okay. I'll have to, yeah, Dave. I'm just telling Naomi because I'm probably going to be meeting up with Naomi in a week or two. We're going to try to get up for breakfast and then look around, maybe caravan around Oakdale or whatever, and explore the town a little bit, do a little video, and then I'm going to go on to Sonora for a couple of days over there. So, where was this? If I might use the term, house of hell located?
It was located in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
All right. So, where did you grow up again? Remind me.
I grew up here in the valley.
Okay, but you lived. What took you to the Santa Cruz Mountains? I mean, have you always lived in the valley?
No, I was born in the Bay Area.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where were you born in the Bay Area?
Santa Clara.
Okay, Santa Clara, which I don't think anything weird ever happens down there, does it?
I don't know.
Maybe bad taste in fashion. That's about it, right? That's the only crimes you might see down in that area. But when you say the Santa Cruz Mountains, that's where the house was?
Yeah.
So try to tell me. Let me walk you through this thing. Now, when did this feeling? Was it a rental?
Yeah. It was.
Now, was it up in the hills or was it kind of down at ground level down there?
Oh, it was up in the hills.
And did you ever know any of the history of the place? Did anybody ever get offed in the place, or exorcisms performed in the place, or anything that you knew about of a history that might be less than savory up there in the mountains?
Nope.
So you had no cause. So tell me, when you moved in, what was the first feeling that you had when something was a little out of sorts?
I don't particularly remember because I was like really, really young. Like,
Oh, okay.
Like single digit young.
Okay, so it wasn't like recently in the last 20
No.
years. Okay.
No.
All right. But
No.
down where you are now in Oakdale, you've had no nothing that you would consider a paranormal experience down there.
Nope.
Okay, so everything's been pretty good. Is your family spiritual?
Yeah, we are.
Do you go to church?
My mom does.
What church did you go to?
We're the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So she's a Mormon then?
Yep. So am I.
It probably keeps you pretty good down there then. So
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. Is that in Oakdale?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't even know they had one down there. So how long has that been around?
Oh, the building has been around for years.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. So family's always been a very important thing then.
Yep.
Because that's one of the big hallmarks of the Church of Latter-day Saints is the family, right?
Yes.
Scottish, I saw you all mixed up in the drama, honey. Jeez. I don't know why these women always insist on throwing themselves into the drama. I don't know. How you doing, Scottish? Well, that's interesting. We're going to try to get this thing nailed down and when I'm coming out there. So,
Yep.
does that sound good? We meet up for breakfast. Then we kind of hang around town a little bit. And
Let me tell you,
now, are you cool? Are you cool with being on camera, or you don't want to be on camera?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
because
fine.
some people are like,
That's fine.
I always like to ask some people. Oh, I don't want to. A lot of people are like, yeah, I want to be on. You know, it's cool.
That's fine.
Yeah, but it's always nice. It's always nice to ask, though. You know, and ask
Yeah.
people. So.
That's nice to ask.
So where do you think that? Where do you think it would be? So that chocolate plant is still open, right?
It's not open to tourists anymore. For tours.
But it can't be as big as Hershey was, right?
Well, it's in the whole factory.
Yeah, but how can they be making? How can they be humping out that much chocolate? Right?
I have no idea.
I've never seen it in a store unless they're private labeling for companies or something, making it under a different name. I don't know.
I think they ship overseas,
Oh, okay.
and then it's locally sold here.
Okay, that makes sense then. All right. Because I look around and I'm not familiar with it, but I don't know. So, where are we gonna go for breakfast when I show up in the morning here?
Let's go to Cahoots.
Now, Cahoots is like a local place.
Yes.
Biscuits and gravy and
Biscuits and gravy,
the
country
whole-
fried steak,
the whole
country
schmear,
potatoes,
pancakes,
waffles,
sausage,
pancakes,
the whole
eggs.
the whole schmear, the whole deal, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, what do you think is the most? Cadbury's a great chocolate, Cindy. Where do you think a great place? Where do you think you go after breakfast? What do you think? Walk around Main Street a little bit, or get the flavor for the town, or what do you think?
I think we should walk around downtown.
Okay, because it was beautiful. You got a big clock there. You got library. You got a lot of cool stuff around there. So, like I told you, I had a lot of regret when I blew through and said, "Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm not stopping here and seeing this place." So the chocolate place doesn't give a tour then, right?
Alan, does it? Say yes or no in the chat.
Flip flop, don't be nervous to call. Are you nervous, Naomi?
To me, no. I'm not
No,
nervous.
I'm saying this chick's not nervous. You don't have to worry about nervous. I've never. All of your information is always private. In 10 and a half years, I've never disclosed. We used to send out 400 Christmas cards a year here.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
really?
I know. Yes, 400 Christmas cards with picture in it and everything, and we never disclosed anybody's information ever.
That's
Right.
a lot of stamps.
That's a lot. No, it got too much. We couldn't afford it anymore. When the stamps got up to 50 cents a pop, we were like, ah. Don't be scared too. Flip flop, call, take a deep breath, and call in and tell us about your experience there. I kind of drilled Naomi a little bit. She's talking about a house up in Santa Cruz when she was younger, but I've never had the experience. Sometimes I think, like Naomi, when I grew up in Baltimore, life was more horrific than like the spiritual world. You know what I'm saying? Like there was no peace and quiet.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of social unrest and a lot of murder and sometimes, you know, real life can be worse than what you can imagine in a spirit world. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you get a lot of spiritual stuff happens in a city where people are offing themselves day and night, right? So
I just don't have that intuitive. Is that the word I'm
but
looking for? Intuitive?
is there such a thing, or is it BS?
I don't have it. I
Because
haven't had
when you look up videos on like Abraham Hicks and all this stuff, this woman says, I channel Abraham and he tells you to be wealthy and do this donation to me, and then you know your
I
Bible.
think it's personally, I think it's all staged.
I don't know. I will never voice an opinion on here. I will always ask people what they believe, right? Because we need to, I
Yeah.
need to be respectful as a host on here of what people, and there could be people that are very much into Abraham Hicks and all the new age stuff. So Cindy said she does crystals and other people. So I kind of have to watch my mouth a little bit, right?
I
So
don't I don't get into that kind of stuff.
some people do. Some people really
Yeah.
do. So I will ask people. I wish Cindy would call me. I would ask her what she derives out of crystals and things like that because I'm curious. I don't look down on anybody spiritually. I don't have any answers, but I'm curious. I ask people, have you had an experience? Have you had something that occurred that in your life that was outside the bounds? And we had Alan call and tell us about on the golf course or whatever, the weirdness about the doors. So, but I always wish somebody would call that is into New Age and is into crystals and tell me what positive benefits
If
is.
if something does happen, like if I feel something, if I sense something, if I smell something, or something like that, I'll call you and talk to you about it.
Yeah, tell me about it. Or if something happens, tell me. Or go to this area in Oakdale. Tell me what you feel about it. What do you think over here? This is where a murder happened in 2018 or whatever. Do you feel anything over here? Or this is a weird part of town. That kind of stuff, right?
Mhm.
So, but I'm glad nothing. It's to me, it's a positive thing if nothing really happened. If there's nothing of note for you, I think you have a stable spiritual situation there, and it's good.
And I've never had. They've also. They said that two of my school's gymnasiums were haunted. I never felt anything in there. Never.
Now, what was the basis that they talked about something being haunted in there?
About a student hanging themselves in
Okay,
line,
all right. Oh.
and and murder, and another one. That's all I was told.
God have mercy on his or her soul. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm almost sorry I asked.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
What high school was this?
Okay, Escalon High School.
Escalon.
And then Modesto High School.
God have mercy on their soul. Jeez.
Yeah.
How old were the high school kids?
High school kids.
Well, I'm sorry that happened, Naomi. I just have to pause for a minute. That kind of floored me a minute.
Kind of took your breath away a little bit.
Yeah, it took my breath away a minute. I wasn't expecting that, so. Whew. But that's why I always say, meet people with kindness because you never know what's going through people's minds, and you never know what you never know what they're dealing with, and you never want to be the person that potentially pushes somebody over the edge, and you will never ever have a chance to reconcile with them again in this world, and that's a really horrible thing to carry on your mind, All right. Well, young lady, thanks for calling.
Yeah, I also, the morning when you come up, I get on the road like at 4 a.m.
Oh, I'm early, honey. I've done it before. I got in there. It's all good.
Okay.
It's good, honey. It may not be perfectly earliest in the morning, but I am always on the road at like 5 a.m. in the morning. Everybody's coming in towards San Francisco. I'm going the other direction here, so it all works out good.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm excited to meet you. When you come up, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a blast.
Yeah.
The chat's gonna love you, like I love you, and we're gonna have a good time.
Sweetness.
All right, babe.
Okay.
All right, sweets. Take care. Thanks for
All
calling.
right. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. What a sweetie. All right, so the phone line is open. I've had excellent calls tonight. Jamie, it seems like you've got something to you got to speak your piece. Give me a minute. I'm going to put a thermal on underneath, so give me a second. Cheryl, tell people, give me a second here. Okay. Is this Dave?
That would be Dave.
Dave, can you hold on 1 second? I'm just gonna get a I'm gonna get a thermal, and it's getting cold out here.
Oh, of course.
We've got the one and only Dave in here. How about that?
Thanks for having me.
Dave, you're in charge of the chat while I'm gone.
Well, let me turn it back on. I didn't want to have it running in tandem. Let's see what's going on. I see Amanda in there. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you. It's Cheryl. It's good to see you. Happy Saturday. It's funny, I have my volume turned down. I don't want to be crosstalk here, but it's not a little bit weird to be talking without hearing anything. Hey, Jody. Good to see you. Hey, Judy. Also good to see you as well. Well, she might hear it. Saying she's actually barking because her kids just came home from their dinner with their friends. She might hear her too.
All right, Dave, let's roll.
I hear Rachel coming back there.
Let's roll, Dave. All right.
Let's do it.
I've got the one and only Dave in Luna's kitchen here, number one. You know who your number one fan is in the chat, right, Dave?
Oh, of course, Amanda all the way, right?
Amanda all the way. She's like, Dave, when are you gonna put your next video? When's your next coach cooking thing? You are a gifted presenter, Dave.
Rosie, hang on 1 second. Let me,
Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
there we go. Hey, Rosie.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I was chatting and you were gone. I had windows up and it's raining across off there, so I just wanted to get rid of that. So, Ben, thank you for having me on tonight. Happy Saturday.
Yeah, happy Saturday to you, and you're one of our favorite people because, well, you're a person that we want to see more content out of, but I also think you're a kind of person that thinks about the quality of what you put out and stuff, and I think that what you put out is always high quality, but we have your number one fan here is always like, yeah, let's get more of Dave out here. I guess we're all kind of selfish. We like what you do.
Well, you know what? I turn into you almost every night, and you're right about that. I think it kind of comes and goes. Like you can't force something like that. But when it comes to me, I like to make it. But I always turn into the channel every night. I love hearing your thoughts of the day and seeing everybody, and it's just kind of becoming kind of a part of the norm, you know.
Now, let me ask you a question. Obviously, you've been to college and stuff. What did you major in, Dave?
So I got a bachelor's degree in economics at UC Davis.
Yes.
And then I kind of started my career in finance from there, and that's kind of what I've stuck with. So.
Well, I wouldn't say stuck with because it can be very remunerative. I mean, obviously you've done well for yourself. If we're to judge by your environs, you've done a good job. You seem to be like when I look at you, I think like Dave is like, if you were growing up, this would be like the ultimate dad you would want to have. You know what I mean? And just everything is copacetic and cool, and he's easygoing, and I just
You're
we all admire your kind of lifestyle out there, and the fact that you just do YouTube because it's fun, and there's no big compulsion to do things. Yes, Amanda says Dave would make the ideal husband. Yes.
I mean, you guys are way too kind. I mean, it's fun and more of a dynamic. I've got 2 teenagers now, and I have more time than I had for the last 15 years or whatever. So I think I kind of started, watching a little bit more YouTube, and it just it's different. Like life changes,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Dave, what do you think about being in the finance field? What are your thoughts, just off the top of your head, on AI?
Caution.
In what way? Artificial intelligence. What tweaks you and makes you just get your back up a little bit and say, let's think about this. Is it application wise? Is it what is it that immediately?
Well, it's funny because like in the accounting world, like the big top 5 firms have been investing millions, billions of dollars into this for like the last, before this even became a popular topic to talk about. And so like the financial service industry has already been using it. However, the developers now are starting to rethink it. Do we need to pause and see what this thing is all be about, and whether it's something that you really want to fast track.
Yeah, and I thought that brings us to our first real dilemma, Dave. Is, do you think like China is going to slow down, or Singapore, or Korea, or do you think they're all going to go full bore ahead here?
Well, I don't know, but like let's think about like just something up right in front of us, right? This next election, which will be next year. And I'm not talking politics. I'm not going to get into that. But I'm just saying, like the way this AI is now, you can almost, all they have to hear is a couple words, and they can make somebody's words turn into a whole lengthy sentence.
Yeah.
So that's dangerous to think that you could have something that could suggest somebody said something when they never really did, and then how do you regain control over that? How do you get people's trust? That's kind of a scary thing, and I don't know enough about it to say that's a hoax. Maybe that's not really real.
Well, I just think that everything that is a cost center is going to come under the purview of AI these days, and everything from creating Hollywood movie idols to totally automating McDonald's. That there's one person in there that just handles everything, and your burger comes out the window on a mechanical hand, and that's it. And it's just. What do you think about the potential for labor displacement, and what do you think, having studied economics, the household survey versus the corporate survey for like unemployment monthly?
It's a good question. You kind of threw that at me, Rosie.
Well, no, I just meant because the household survey was minus 300,000 jobs, and black unemployment rate climbed dramatically from 3.7 to 4.5, and then the corporate survey, which is the survey of large companies, told a totally different story of hiring 300,000 plus people.
And you're right. There would be a loss. So in my industry, and I don't want to go too close to that, but getting something like that could be useful in terms of getting raw data out there, and then you could spend more time analyzing it versus having to spend more time on the input side.
Well, do you think we haven't really developed any new ways through the Labor Department of measuring things like employment and stuff like that? Do you think our measuring tools are way behind, like a gig economy and things like that, where some people are having 2 and 3 jobs to get by?
repeat that again. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I mean, some people are like they're working at Starbucks, then they're working at Whole Foods, they're doing Grubhub delivery or something. They're stitching together 2 or 3 jobs to make rent these days, and I'm just worried that we're not adequately capturing with our economic series in the labor department what's actually going on in the world these days.
No, it's true. So, like, you mean like in terms of them being captured as like somebody actively working, because that's not really, because they're working in multiple different industries.
Yeah, because if you take the corporate survey, if somebody's working at Starbucks plus, say, Home Depot part-time, and then they're working, I don't know, at Pizza Hut or something, they're counted as 3 jobs, right? As opposed to,
Gotcha.
You know, in the when they survey households, it's a totally different thing as to who's lost jobs and things like that. So that's, I don't mean to bog you down in minutiae, but when you said that you're an economics major, it made me perk up. I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
except you caught me after like a bottle of wine.
Well, that's
so, like,
all right. I'm a shot of cognac and 2 beers in myself right now. So.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good food for thought. You know,
well, I value your opinion because you seem to be a very smart guy. So.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think that's why I tune in every night. I love hearing your perspective.
Yeah, well,
on everything. When you know, I think of all your audio. You know, the reason we all come back is that, like, when we're by the gas station, all these other places, and you kind of dive into the day's news. You really provide a really a perspective that you think about. It makes you think, and so.
Yeah, I believe anything that kind of makes us think about alternative scenarios is always kind of a dialectic, like Hegel, you know, and just it's always good when we think about things we haven't thought about, you know, and put them into our analysis and things. That I think it can only benefit us when we think about the world today, because the world is developing so fast today. Things like AI of just accelerating things even more, and people might be like in their mind 20 or 30 years behind right now. They're not capable of, like, what does a young person want to be today? The paradigm is shifting so quickly. I mean, back in the 60s or 50s, they'd be like, well, I want to be a doctor, or I want to be an astronaut. And then you think about it today, and it's like, well, what does that mean to be a doctor today? Or what is that? Do I have to be a computer expert or an astronaut? Do I have to know about it's things are moving so fast that people can't even settle on what they want to be anymore, you know?
That's a really good point. Like, I mean, you're right in the sense that, like, will that job already be, like, will the person operating that job or the function be totally different than what it is now? How could you possibly, like, interpret that?
Yeah, or you get to the end of something and then it's totally shifted by the time you get your degree or something. It's like, I don't even recognize what I was studying. Things are moving so fast now. So I think young people in particular are having a really difficult time kind of just grasping civilization advancing and more at the speed of light here. So it's kind of difficult. Well, I don't want to get too philosophical because I majored in philosophy and and I was a victim of a Jesuit education, so you can imagine.
Well, we're on the topic of this paranormal stuff tonight, and I don't have a personal experience. However, I do have a secondhand experience. I don't know if you'd want to.
Yeah, let's tell it. Let me put this up so you can tell your story, okay? Can you hear Dave okay? All right, Dave, go ahead. Tell your story here.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting story. So my mom, back in the 70s, she was working at a printing company in Old Sacramento. So like not the Old Sacramento that everybody thinks about, but like the old town Sacramento. It's like the part of town that was built in like the mid 20th century, early 1900s. And so she had got engaged to a guy, not my dad, first husband. And there was a kind of a intermediate period of time here where they were, before they got married and before they could get their own place, she needed somewhere to go. So at the time, the guy's grandfather had just passed away, and he was a pretty big mucky muck, I guess. I don't know. Can't think of a better word in Sacramento at that time. And
Yeah, mucky muck's a mover and shaker. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Kind of had a big house in this old town of Sacramento, but at the time there was kind of a religious issue. He was a Protestant, and my mom was a Catholic, and he didn't like. He just vehemently did not like Catholics at the time, and so, or as part of his whatever his process was. My mom knew about this, but you know, it was back of her mind, and you know, and so, long story short, the guy passed away. His house became available. Her fiance said, "Oh, come move into the house for a little while, and that'll solve the problem before we get married, and that's fine." So the day she goes to move in, she had a little, I think it was either a canary or a parakeet or something like that. She goes with the little bird and with my grandparents to the house. My grandparents at the time lived in Stockton, so they drove her to the house. And they go in, it's just kind of, you know, this old style, early 20th century house.
This is your mom we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Has a lot of character. These older houses, they're 2 stories. They have a basement. There's a lot of architectural things going on. They're beautiful. So my grandmother immigrated from Glasgow, Scotland. She came to the United States before she had my mom, my grandfather. Tons of character. She just loved to, like, this was like her dream, to go into a new house, look around, and get into everything. So my mom gets in first day. My grandmother is already right up the stairs to go start looking around, snooping around. So she comes back down fairly quickly, and my mom didn't really give it a second thought at the time. They leave, they go home. My mom is sitting there with the bird. As the evening progresses, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the bird just goes absolutely berserk.
Wow.
Squawking, whatever, you know, little bird stew or whatever. And my mom felt this overwhelming sense of unwelcome, hate, whatever you might want to say. And she just knew that she had to get out of the house right away. And so she grabbed up her bird, put it in the car, drove back to Stockton. For those that are not familiar with the area, that's about an hour south of Sacramento.
Right.
Went to my grandparents' house. When she arrived, my grandmother was in tears, and my mom didn't know what could cause that. And so she started talking to her, and apparently when my grandmother had gone up the stairs to start exploring the house, she felt a very strong, someone push her down the stairs out of nowhere. And so she was very disturbed, got out of there. Obviously didn't mention it to my mom because she didn't want to scare her, like, you know. So my mom was like, why? She called her future father-in-law at the time, said, look, I can't stay there anymore. He was pissed off.
Wow. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. And so kind of forgot about it. They got married. A while later, my mom had come to him and, like, you know, I'm sorry about all that. I was overreacting. And he's like, well, you know, to be honest with you, another salesman had come in that was going to work at the printing company. Her father-in-law had offered up the same house to him. Oh, go stay there. It's fine. It's open. You know, same experience happened the first night he was out.
Wow.
Same kind of creepy. So that was that, you know. And so
wow.
My mom, as the over the years, you know, there's definitely an elaboration. She elaborates something. That's not the right word. She exaggerates.
But did she ever? Dave, let me ask you a question. Did she ever talk about, like, what kind of made her feel weird going upstairs? I mean, I always wonder, what is exactly your feeling when people describe there was some kind of force that, you know, kind of held me back? Does anybody ever describe this, you know, the feeling? Is it a feeling of dread? Is it a feeling of the unknown? Or is it feeling you're not welcome? Or...
For this story, like, my grandmother is the only one that went upstairs, and she's the one who felt the push, and that's why she got out of there. My mom never really, at least as part of her retelling of the story, that wasn't part of her narrative. She just felt this strong sense of like
Wow.
the bird went
Wow.
crazy, and I just I think what it told to me is, and it's what I was getting at earlier is, there's a sense of exaggeration in certain things, but she's always kind of remained on point on this story, and I think that there's just more out there than we all understand. Like there's something more out there.
I think some people can tune to a frequency that says you're not welcome here, you're not going to thrive here, and you might as well just leave, and it is what it is. I'm tempted to say,
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm tempted to say like the ghost of Martin Luther was in there or something, but I don't know. For lack of a better thing, we don't need no Catholics around here. Like, hit the road, Jack, or whatever. But it's weird that I always talk to people when they have a feeling of, like something tells them that something is not quite right, and I always want to drill down on that experience with people. Like, what was it? Was it totally mental? Was it some type of physical feeling, or was it totally, a spiritual, or just an overwhelming sense that this is not something I want to get involved in?
Oh, well, you know what? I think it dials down to a personality style. I think of like this time I took a golf lesson like many years ago, and the guy was like, "You ought to do this and this and the other thing." And so I'm thinking in my mind, I'm thinking all these steps, but instead of just hitting the ball, right? So I think if you're the kind of personality that's thinking, you're a thinker, like you think of all these different things, it might be harder for you to have these kind of experiences versus somebody that just sees something and is able to.
I think there's something. I think golf is a great analogy for that, because the more you think about it, the worse you can do.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, you can think of all the things you're doing wrong instead of the one thing that you're doing right, that was putting the ball down the fairway a good distance at a pretty good place to be on the fairway and stuff.
So if you're just open to things, and like I said, I'm not like. I mean, I would like to be, but I just think it's not me.
No, it's not me either. I'm a very dull person, so it's not like I'm like the most boring spiritual kind of, right? I mean, it's like everything in my arsenal is very dull, It's just like.
But I'm open to the idea of it. Like, I think it's possible. Like, maybe some people, so I think it's interesting to think about. It's a good topic to bring up tonight. It's kind of fun to hear people's stories.
Yeah, it's fun. I like hearing people's story, and I'm particularly touched by your grandmother's story about. And you gave me a little bit of background to chew on that too. So, wow, interesting. Well, I appreciate that, Dave.
Well, thank you, Rosie, for taking the call and.
Look,
and
I speak for the whole chat. We're always thrilled when you're on the chat. I mean, you got your whole core here of admirers and everything else. So I appreciate you being on here.
All right, Rosie. Well, have a good rest of your night. We'll talk to you.
All right, take care. Well, that was an interesting call, wasn't it? Let's see what we got here. Come on. Hi.
Hi, Rosie.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much. This is flip-flops.
Hey, flip-flop. See, it's not that bad calling, is it?
Well, all I'm saying is hello, and that made me nervous enough.
There's nothing to be nervous about. You're a Southern lady, honey. I'm a Southern lady. Welcome to the chat tonight. What's going on?
I'll tell you my experience.
Yeah, let's hear your story, and be as detailed as you possibly can, so that way I don't have to ask you a million questions.
Okay, my husband's sitting over here looking at me like I'm crazy.
Hey, Rosie.
Hey, how you doing? Well, he probably look at me like I'm crazy every night anyway, but go ahead, flip-flops, tell your story here.
Okay, what happened was, my mother had been in the hospital and was sick, so we was having to take turns spending the night at her house with her.
Who is we?
Like my sisters, my husband would spend the one night, my sister would spend the night, another night, and then my brother would spend another night.
Okay, so family was taking turns with your mom.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was my turn that night, and so Okay, my mom went to, I'm not good at explaining a story, so bear with
Well,
me.
that's where I come in. I kind of drill you a little bit. So
Okay, so what happened was, okay, my mom was in her bedroom, and I was in the spare bedroom, which is kind of like beside hers.
now,
She bit,
do you mind me asking what her medical situation was?
well, she had had a stroke,
Okay.
but, and so, she recovered from it, you know. I go there now and give her a shower and do things like that. She lives on her own, but she's fine.
Yeah.
She's 85 years old. So, but this was in 2016 when this happened.
Okay.
And so, okay, so Mama was in her room, and I was in there. So I was, me and Mom was talking back and forth, and I was like, Mama, this bed's so uncomfortable like that. And Mom was like, do you want to come here and sleep with me? And I said, Lord, no, I'm all right here. So, I mean, we literally had just like got through talking. And so then it was like, all of a sudden, I can hear, it was like somebody was just like, she lives in a flat ranch. There was nobody there but, me and her. I could just
So
hear.
you're saying there were no real neighbors within an appreciable
No,
distance
no.
of the. Okay.
There was nobody else in the house but me and her. And it's a flat ranch. But then I could hear somebody like running up through the hallway. And I could just hear like the feet running. And I mean, all of a sudden, and I thought, oh my God. Right then I was thinking, how in the world am I going to get her out of here? And how am I going to get out of here? Because, we are at the back of the house on a ranch part. The house is a brick ranch house. So I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to get us out of here? Because, there's no way. Somebody's done broke into the house.
Wow, that had to really
And
scare. That really had to
It scared the
scare
living,
the hell out of you.
scared the living hell out of me. And I'm like breathing heavy. And like, Rosie, all of a sudden, whatever this thing is, it comes up, like I'm laid on the bed and I'm turned sideways. So I got my eyes closed, of course, and I'm breathing like, I'm breathing heavy. I'm like, oh my God. In my mind, I'm thinking, oh my God. And so this thing, I can tell, squats down in front of me and is right in front of my face. And so something is telling me, open your eyes up and look. And then something is saying, do not open your eyes up, because I'm thinking, okay, it's probably got like red eyeballs. And so I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm not opening up my eyes. I'm not opening. So I'm thinking, if I lay here real quiet, maybe it'll go away. Okay, all of a sudden, it climbs on top of me. And so it's like,
God.
it's like, I knew this would happen. So anyway, it
No,
climbs
man,
like on
my
the bottom
God,
part of me.
I'm sorry, I don't have the courage you do. I'm like, bye, Grandma, bye, Mom. I'm running down
Well,
over the hills.
That was my last night spending the night. But
I mean, my
so
God, I'm like, you could see me going over the hills 2 miles away, running at the speed of light there. I mean, are you kidding me? I love you, Mom, but you know what? You're kind of attracting a weird element here. Good. So this thing is on top of you.
well, what it is, it's
What's
like
up? Wait a
at
minute,
the
slow
bottom.
down a little bit.
But I'm Southern. We talk fast.
Well, I'm Southern too, but I'm just saying, honey, I'm just saying, I need to ask what you felt when you, number one, you're freaking out because you heard something. You're in the next room there, and all of a sudden you feel something that's on top of you,
Well,
right?
it's
Now
a weight.
describe the way it is on top of you as best as,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, it's extremely heavy, and it's like down at the bottom part towards my feet, and it's like a big heavy weight. And so I'm going like, I'm going, Mom, and I'm trying to holler for her. So then it goes up, it's a little bit more over my body, and it's like heavy, and I'm thinking, oh, I can't hardly breathe.
Oh, hell no.
And so I'm going
Oh.
like, Mom. So then it's like on top of me, but it climbs like on the back of me. And like when you lay up against somebody and you put your elbows and your arms sideways,
Yeah.
and you snuggle up behind them.
Yeah.
Okay, that was going on at my back. And then it's coming up higher
Oh,
up.
hell no. I'm going to the Catholic Church to get an exorcist. Oh, no,
Oh my
no,
God.
no.
So then, when on my third try to holler mom, in my mind, I think, this is my last time that I can holler mom, or it's over top of me and I can't breathe because it was so heavy. So I just screamed, Mom, real loud. And she hollered my name, and she goes, and then it stopped. That was the end of it. It just, like it disappeared. And Mom goes, are you okay? And I jumped up, and I ran in there, and I jumped her bed, and I'm like shaking and crying.
Man.
And she said, Diane, what happened? And I said, Mom, I had a terrible dream. I had a bad nightmare. And she says, there's no way you was having a dream, Diane. She said, whatever.
Yeah,
She
you
said,
wouldn't have been asleep that fast. Yeah.
That's what she said. She said, there's no way. We just got done talking. And so I sat up in the bed, and I said, Mom, let me tell you what happened. And so I was telling her, and she says, well, do you want to sleep with me? I went, hell yeah, I'm sleeping with you. I'm like, yes.
What is your spirituality, Flip Flops, if you don't mind me asking you?
I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I went to God. I've been saved. I've been baptized. I believe in God.
How about your mom? Are you a Pentecostal?
No, we're Baptist.
Okay.
And
how about your mom?
My mom is what?
Is same?
Yes. Well, yes.
No, I was just curious because there's people with a high degree of spirituality tend to have more of these type of things that occur to them.
Well, I feel what
I don't know. I don't know if I could have recovered from that, Flip Flops. I just don't know psychologically if I could have pulled through the incident that you went through on that.
Well, the next day, that night after that happened, I told Mama, I said, I'm going in and call my husband. So I went in to call my husband on the phone, and I was sitting back there on the phone, and I was crying, and I was telling him what happened. He was like, are you sure that you wasn't asleep? And he is my witness. This voice came out of me, Rosie, like you would not believe. He said it was a voice. Do you want me to tell you like how the voice was?
Yeah.
You don't believe me. And he said, hell no, I'm not coming over there.
Good Lord. I mean, how did you recover from this?
To be honest, I don't know that night if I know we must have slept with the lights on, but the next day I called my niece and I said, I felt like I'd been violated. And I said, I'm in my pajamas. I cannot get out of my pajamas. I cried all day. And she said, let me tell you, she said, I'm giving you all day today to be upset over what happened. But she said, after that, you've got to snap out of it. And so I believe...
Well, that's easy to say for her. I mean, she didn't have the demon on top of her, and like...
Well, see, I mean, what I did was I talked to a friend of mine I worked with, and she was like, they had a praying cloth at the church that she goes to, and they all prayed around. She said, nighttime, I want you to put that praying cloth on you. And so whenever, after that happened, if I started having this scary feeling like it was trying to come back, I would say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Or I would start singing Amazing Grace, and then it would go away.
Well,
but I feel like what caused this was a couple weeks before I went to a medium. Because
see, here we go. Yeah.
What happened, I've always been told not to do that.
Don't do it. Nope.
Oh, I never went back. But see, my sister had been gone, passed away 3 years before that, and we was extremely close. So seems like I wanted to know if my sister was at peace.
Yeah, you know how many people, Flip Flops, with great hearts and great intentions go down that path. Everybody from Houdini till 100 years forward to now, we all want to know that somebody's at peace or something like that. But I always
Yeah.
try to caution people in my own mind that you're opening like a pathway to potentially the demonic here, and some people have gotten that to the point that they really need, you know who the Protestants call when they really need an exorcism, they call the exorcist from the Catholic Church, right, to come in and clean it up.
Uh-huh.
You're lucky it went down that easy on you, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, when I went to that,
Don't go to mediums.
I'm not. I'm
you
not
know.
going back. But when I went that time to her and I asked her, my mom had been married like 3 times, which my dad passed away. But then the second stepfather was really mean, and the third stepfather was absolutely wonderful. And so I asked her, of course, about my sister, and then I asked her about my stepfather.
Jill, do not go to palm readers or things like that.
I'm not.
You're putting yourself above a first commandment situation to love God above all. In other words, you're putting more vested spiritual power into believing what a palm reader is going to tell you or a tarot card than what you can know from God. So I just do what you want to do, but I'm just cautioning.
No, that was the only time.
Flip-flop's story is absolutely spectacular and how horrible it is, because flip-flops, I don't know if I could have recovered out of this situation where you physically felt like something was on top of you. I mean, how did your husband cope with you? How did this play at home when you talked about all this?
Well, he did. He kept telling me that you must have been dreaming. You must have been dreaming. And I said, I want you to stop that right now, because I was not dreaming. I had just got that from the mama. But with the therapist, the psychic lady told me that time about my stepfather. She put her head down, and she raised up her head. She had her head down. I seen it. Her hair got wet. She was sweating, and she said, "Your stepfather is in a totally different place than your sister." And so I felt like that I brought him with me. But what I did, after all that, I talked to a therapist about it and everything, because it just when I started really thinking about it, but I try not to think about it no more.
Yeah, did you talk to your pastor or anything up there? Or?
I didn't, but my friend, she talked to her pastor. He gave me a bunch of Bible verses about, should not never went to, the psychic to begin with. I never had been back. That was the first
I
and
told
only
you the
time.
story, Flip-Flop, about Bishop Pike of the Anglican Church, and how when his son unfortunately blew his brains out in New York City at a hotel room, it affected him so deeply, he wanted that sense of comfort too about where his son was, right? This is a bishop in the Anglican Church, okay? And he ends up sliding off of a canyon wall in Israel and dying over there, falling 60 feet to his death. I caution people, please be careful about some of this stuff. You're lucky that, I don't want to say you're lucky, because this memory will be with you forever, Flip-Flops,
Oh, I know. And I would never go back to another therapist, and a psychic, and I would never recommend it. Never. And I regret that I went that time. But that is the only thing that I feel like brought this on.
Yeah.
Because, we always tease, we've got a ghost at our house called Fred, but that's what we call it, because when we do like things around the house, crazy things happen. Yeah. It's,
you might still have some residual with you, you know what I mean, Flip-Flops, after this time. There might be some residual spirituality that still kind of hangs with you. You call it Fred or whatever. I'd call it Porky or whatever. There's something that might still residually hang with you.
Yeah. Well, I know, if my mom, if she has something hanging up in that room and I got to go get it, she'll say something like, "You need to go into the ghost room." I'm like, "Oh my God," but I'll go like in the daylight to go get that because she knows. And my other sister, she'll go take a nap in that room and shut the door, and it don't bother her or nothing.
Yeah, it's very person specific. Your sister didn't go to a psychic or a medium, you did. So
Yeah.
I believe, and I believe with all my heart and all my intellectual being, that because you opened that pathway, which is basically saying, I value what the medium says above God is my first commandment, have no false idols or no false gods besides me. That kind of opens that door to that pathway. So, I have a lot of admiration for you that you were able to get over that, because if I had felt the sense of a spirit physically on top of me with weight and other stuff, I would be absolutely inconsolable and I'd be beside myself. I don't know, hey Sapphire, how you doing? I don't know how I could deal with that. So you really came out of that. That's wonderful.
Yeah, if you would have seen me like days after it happened, I was just like, oh my God.
How many years ago was this?
This was in 2016.
Okay.
And yeah, and I mean,
How are you spiritually now? Are you in a good place?
oh yes,
Okay.
yes, I do. Yes, I'm in a good place, and I know I definitely made a bad mistake by going back. One time I teased my husband. I said, "I'd like to go back and ask one more question." He's like, "Are you crazy?"
I wouldn't do that, because once you know and then you return again, it's like the Lord said, go on your way now, and don't sin anymore. It'll be 7 times worse if you do it again. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
yeah.
but it was weird because the reason that I picked that psychic lady was because one time me and my husband was looking to buy a different house, and I had picked the real estate lady that my daughter had, and she couldn't show up. So this psychic lady was a friend of hers, and I didn't know she was a psychic. And so when we walked into that house to look around, I said, "Oh, I don't like this house." I said, "I'm getting bad vibes." And that's when she says, "Oh, do you pick up bad vibes?" I said, "Yes, I do." And she said, "Well, let me tell you, I'm a psychic, I'm a medium." And so then I always kept that in the back of my head.
Yeah.
So then, later on when my sister died, 3 years after she died, that's when that lady came back into my mind. So, that's how that came about.
Man. Now, Patricia W. asked, what was the sense of the weight on top of you, and how did it shift?
It was like a sandbag, a big sandbag.
And it shifted, right? I mean,
Well, it was big. It felt big and huge, like it was over my whole body. And then when it moved up, it was over my whole body. And then it was still like over my whole body. But then I could feel like it felt like arms and elbows pushing up against my back. And then it was like going up higher.
So you finally rebuked it, and then that was it, right?
Well, I didn't rebuke it at that time. When I hollered "Mama," I screamed "Mama," and Mama hollered my name, and that's when it just stopped that quick.
Wow.
But like if I would be thinking about it, like after that happened, days after that happened.
So flip flops. What do you think about the spiritual world now? You think it exists?
You mean like ghosts and things like that?
I mean like demonic spirits and good spirits. I mean, do you think that world exists?
Yeah.
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 I mean,
yeah, I do.
I'm sure you're 100% totally convinced now. I'm convinced hearing your story. That you're not a kook.
No, and I mean I've always had the feeling like okay, if something tells you don't get on the interstate, something bad's gonna happen. Okay, that's your guardian angel.
Yeah.
Don't get on there. So I feel like I've always believed in that. I've always told my kids, you know what? If you have a feeling don't do this, don't question it.
Don't do it. Yeah.
And I've always felt like there's good and bad, but
Yeah,
that was
like
the
I
first
said,
time.
I think tomorrow I'm going to be telling my angel story that you all can decide if this is like the weirdest thing that you've heard in 2023 that happened to me. And I've thought a couple times, should I tell it or should I not tell it? And you know, the priest was involved, and it was an incredible situation. Yes, always. Amanda says always go with your gut instinct. Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Flip Flops, you're not nervous talking to me now, are you?
No, I feel weird talking to a bunch of strangers because, to be honest, I only
Honey,
told like my family.
we're not strangers. We've known each other for years on here. Come on, you know.
I told my family and my coworkers when I came in work the next day. They said, you know, they just like, my God, you just look like what I went through. I was like crying, even telling them. I just couldn't even
Honey,
function.
you had a true demonic spiritual encounter there.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I called my husband, that voice came out. He was like, "Man, no, I'm not coming over there."
I always tell people, please be careful when you do tarot, you do new age stuff and this and that, that you never know who's going to answer the call when you put it out there. So it's, you know, I mean, unbelievable. Well, Flip Flop, thanks so much for an outstanding call, and I hope you'll call back again. There's nothing to ever be nervous about when you talk to me, you know, and, you know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and my best regards to your husband. I'm surprised he didn't run across the hills. And
I know, for real.
I don't know how y'all did it. Damn, I'd be in the state of Maine now, still running after that happened to me. Shoot, you couldn't even catch me, right?
Well, hey, he didn't come and rescue me that night either.
Yeah, well, that just shows he's got good sense of self-preservation. Somebody might as well live to tell the tale. All right, Flip Flops, thanks so much, honey.
Y'all take care.
All right, you take care, sweetie. Take care. Wow, I tell you guys, do not mess around with this. It's all... I can't tell you how many people get Ouija boards and end up in really serious situations. I'll be back in a minute. I got to hit the head. Man, I got to get something to eat. Ooh, boy, these calls have been amazing. What do we got here? Hello.
Hey, Rosie.
James.
Yes, how you doing?
Yeah, can you hold the chat a minute? I got to use the head.
I'll hold the chat.
There you go. Talk to James, everybody. You're a man in the sky.
Hello, everybody. Patricia, Deb, Cheryl, Jody, Amanda, Randy. How y'all doing? Oh, Amanda, handsome. Thank you. I don't know about a rock star, Jody, but, you know, somebody's got to take the job, and I'll take it. Hey, Patricia, how you doing? Oh, Cheryl, I want to tell you a story. Oh, it's been a long time since I've been able to tell a good story. Fights have been boring until recently. Like, hey June, how are you? I'm very well, Patricia. Thank you. Hope you are well too. Great to see you.
James, did you hear Flip Flop's story?
I did.
I'm gonna tell you what. I could not. I really feel like if that happened to me, I'm gonna be honest, I would probably have a heart attack or some type of emotional breakdown if something like that did. She had went through happened on that. I don't know. Have you had any experiences like that?
I have not had an experience like hers. Because let me tell you, if I did, I'd probably pee my pants, poop my pants, have a heart attack, come back to life, and die again. But
she calls her. He's like listening to a demonic voice on the phone. It's like, really? Like, wow.
Right.
when I lived back home in Ohio, we had, where I lived, we lived in what everybody seemed was a very superstitious neighborhood.
Define it.
And
Define it, James. Don't leave his head. Define it.
well, they said they've seen apparitions. They have seen Abraham Lincoln walking through. They have seen dead loved ones walking through.
So we're talking about neighbors in this area would periodically tell people stories of what they saw. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Well, I was born in 1985. My grandfather passed away of a heart attack in 1987 in his home.
In Ohio.
In Ohio. When he passed away, my mom, my dad, and I were at their residence visiting my grandparents. And my dad's father said to his wife, I'm going to go out for a walk. He walks out and drops dead of a heart attack on the front porch. And I witnessed the whole thing.
Whoa. You witnessed it?
I did. I was barely 2 years old, and I remember to this day, and have nightmares of it, of him walking out the front door, down the porch, getting to the steps, and dropping dead.
Isn't that weird how a heart attack is just like instantaneous like that?
It is.
Did that like set the stage for you in life that you could be here 1 second and gone the next, right?
It did. And it really didn't faze me too much until I got into my older teens, early 20s, when I remembered what happened, and then I had the dreams of it happening. And my mom was a nurse at that time, and when she ran out there, in my dreams I can remember her saying, he wet himself. He's gone. Because that's not what my grandfather would have done.
He what himself? I'm sorry.
He wet himself.
He went himself.
He peed his pants.
Oh.
And that's not what my grandfather would have done. He's a military man. He had all that instinct in himself not to do any of that stuff.
How old was he?
Oh my God.
Guess, just your guess.
I believe he was in his late 50s, early 60s.
Oh, no way he'd pee himself. No.
Yeah. And my mom said, this is not what my father-in-law would have done. He would have not done this. He is deceased. He had a heart attack. He's gone. But of course, they had to call the ambulance and this and that. And they got a rhythm of his heartbeat because, back in the day, they didn't have the advanced technology.
Have the AED, automatic defibrillators, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have all that advanced technology in the mid-'80s that they do now. So they got a heartbeat, so they're like, oh, we have a heartbeat, so we have to take him to the hospital. And Mom was like, he's dead. He had a heart attack, he's gone. There's nothing he can do.
How many minutes are we talking about, do you think, James, from dropping dead to now we got a heartbeat? How much time do you think maybe passed by?
Well, I was 2 at the time, so...
Yeah, it's hard to say then, yeah.
It's hard to say, but I would say, in my given time and experience now, maybe 10 minutes.
Wow.
But they still got a heartbeat, so they took him to the hospital where they pronounced him dead. And, I was 2, and it was traumatic for me, even though I didn't know it was at the time. But growing up and living in that same house where my grandfather lived, I would have dreams of him walking out of the bedroom, which was in the front of the house, walking to the living room and saying hello to everybody in his work uniform with his lunchbox, going to the kitchen, saying whatever he said to my grandmother, and then walking out the front door. And as soon as he walked out the front door, his image would just disappear.
Wow.
And even now that I'm almost 40, yes, I'm almost 40, everybody.
Well, you're a baby here in this chat. So.
I'm a baby. I still have that dream, and that even if I'm not asleep and I'm just like daydreaming, I will have that reoccurrence of it, and I will see him walking out of the bedroom, walking into the kitchen, giving my grandma a kiss, saying, "I love you, Gracie. I'll see you when I get home from work," and then walking to the front door and then disappearing.
You know, James, I'm a, you know, being a person of faith, as I'm absolutely sure that the spiritual exists, and sometimes I'm very sure that it overlaps with Earth here, depending on the person and the predisposition. Like when Flip Flops was talking about that she went to a medium or she went to a psychic to try to see if, you know, her sister was in a good place or whatever, you know, depending on your predisposition to what you're doing in life. And back in the 1780s, maybe around 1810, in the church, there was a Catholic church back then, there was a sister that passed away. And when they wheeled her body into the church for her funeral, like they had the top, back then they had an open top on the, they didn't have closed caskets back then. They got her up the aisle, and all of a sudden at the beginning of the Mass, she sat bolt upright in her coffin. And she got out of her coffin and she went and made a full confession at the, asked the priest to do a confession. And she got back into the coffin and proceeded to die. I mean, that's like one of the weirdest there's so many weird documented stories of spiritual stuff that happens and things. And I'll tell you guys, just be careful when you're talking about you're doing a cult and mediums and stuff like that. It's besides the fact that a lot of them are there to get you to come back and spend a lot of money. They tell you, you know, you better come back and get this thing cleared up or whatever. And just beware. Just beware. Talk to an talk to an exorcist. They'll tell you about the stuff that goes on, and I mean real ones, not the BS ones on the movies. And you know, it takes on average 70 sessions to remove a spirit.
It is, and I'm not a religious person. I've never grown up as a religious person, but my partner Justin, whom you know.
Yes, I know Justin. We like Justin, yes.
He grew up as a strict Pentecostal. So his beliefs and my beliefs somewhat tend to hit a wall from time to time.
What did you grow up as, James?
I grew up as a
non-denominational Protestant.
Yes.
Okay, so he was a Pentecostal.
Yeah, he grew up Pentecostal. I grew up with no religion whatsoever. But my mother, my father, and his mother all were born in the same city in the state of Kentucky, which is really weird. Don't ask. I don't know. I don't want to get involved in that.
No, it's okay. I don't want Justin yelling at me. All right, so don't.
Exactly. So it's like.
Sorry, Justin. When you're listening to this tomorrow, I didn't want to hear anything. All right.
Yes. Whenever I call it, I tell him, don't listen to the Rosie chat.
Yeah, don't. No.
Don't watch it. Just watch something else.
Yeah.
Just watch something else because you don't want to hear what I have to say. But I don't know much about religion, but I do watch other people's religions because I'm interested in seeing how everybody is involved in their own religion.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I agree. That's what I do.
It is very fascinating.
I know more about the Lutheran religion. I know more about the Methodist religion. I know more about just down and the Mormons, and because it's fascinating to me. I like to know what people believe, but I'm telling you, I still can't get over Flip Flop story though of her thing. Whoa.
Well, her story is the reason why I called in, because I've never had an experience like that, but I remember as a young child living in my grandparents' home after my grandfather had passed. My grandmother had already passed, which was years and years and years apart. I remember sleeping in one of the upstairs bedrooms, waking up just out of the blue of nowhere, and I walked into the hallway of the upstairs bedrooms and seeing an apparition that looked like Abraham Lincoln walking out of one of the bedrooms, walking down the stairs, talking to people in the living room, walking out the front door, and then walking out of our house and into one of my neighbors' houses, and then disappearing. And it had freaked me out for my entire life.
And this is the neighborhood that's been given to spiritual encounters anyway, right?
Yes, because the next door neighbor that we had was an elderly gentleman, and he said that he had lived there his entire life. He actually sadly passed away in his house due to a house fire. And he had always said that he has seen so many apparitions of deceased people walking down the alley that separated his house from my grandmother's house.
I believe it. I 1,100% believe it. I absolutely believe it.
And to this day, I still remember and I vividly have dreams of me seeing my own younger self waking up and seeing this apparition walk out of one room, walk down the stairs, converse with some people, walk out the front door, walk down the street, and then disappear.
Wow. Well, what are your own beliefs about the end? I mean, what do you think? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about your life in relation to, scriptures and life? And I mean, where do you find your comfort in what we call eschatology, which is what happens at the end or whatever? What do you think?
I, being a non-religious person, I cannot say whether or not somebody goes to heaven or hell.
So
due to the fact that I know every person has a soul, and I don't know what's good enough to go to heaven, what's bad enough to go to hell. It may linger until your soul decides, I've done enough good to where I can go to heaven, or I've done enough bad to where I need to go to hell.
Well, do you think that you decide that, or God decides that?
I don't think God decides that. I honestly believe that as a human being, if you have a soul inside yourself, your soul is the one that decides on which direction you go to. Because, yes, God has a definitive decision on who comes to heaven and who goes to hell. But as a human being on what you do on planet Earth and when you're alive, that is what defines what you do.
Well,
Because I can do tons of great things on planet Earth and help other people, but I can also do a huge amount of stuff that is the opposite, which makes me just need to go to hell, because what I did is not for the human process and for the human good.
Well, here's what I believe. If one person, if any one of us were to pass away today and be faced with our particular judgment, which I believe happens at the moment of our death, when our soul separates temporarily from our body, I believe every single person that faces that moment knows in their heart whether they deserve to go to heaven or not. I really believe most people already know whether they've done it or whether they've lived a life that is in, say, compliance with the will of God, or whether they've lived a life which is in compliance with what they wanted to do in life. So I don't think it's a big issue. I don't think it's something that surprises people at the end. I think I'm a believer that people send themselves to hell by the things that they decide to do, or not doing in life, by not conforming to, love the neighbor as yourself and put other people first. But that's just my thought, and all of us should contemplate that with fear and trembling. And I think these days, hey, Ma Teresa, and I think these days, so many are touchy-feely that everybody's all good to go, and I think might be a few surprises waiting for some people there. So, me too. So I don't know.
Exactly. It's just like what people say today, that you have all these people that go to church on Sundays and they preach the word, they preach the Bible, they do this and they do that, and then they have all these tattoos and
well, I don't know about tattoos. It's the same way. It's the same way. I understand what you're saying. This is what I would ask my daughter. What is it about it? And she'd be like, "Well, people don't live what they're taught, right? There's a hypocrisy. They go to church, they fulfill the obligation, but then outside of church, they live a totally,
Exactly.
Exactly. So she says, how can I intellectually latch on to that, right, and make sense of that, where people don't live what they were just instructed and stuff like that?" And I get that. I certainly understand
100%.
that. Yeah. So I'm saying, in no way, shape, or form, as a staunch Catholic, in no way, shape, or form do I think that the majority of Catholics are going to be saved. Do I think the majority of Protestants are going to be saved? No, I think it's going to be my own opinion is people will say I'm very bleak, but when the Lord himself tells you that very few people will make it through the gate, I believe it. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I don't, in no way, shape, or form do I think it's somebody's got the edge over somebody else's. Religion has the edge over somebody else's. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that.
And I agree with you 100%. And it's just like somebody the other day in your chat was like, as a person from the gay community, I can talk about how people or men can say that they're plant daddies because they raise plants. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with the gay community. I'm like, when it comes to Pride Month,
yeah, you've been very clear.
I shut down 100%.
Yeah, it's almost offensive to you.
It is offensive to me because I don't need 1 month out of the year to tell everybody, hey, I'm queer, I'm here, get used to it. I don't need that. I am queer 100% of the time, 365, 24/7, and that's it. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. That's completely
that's one of the big
completely different.
that's one of the big issues I had. It's caused my reconversion is I don't wear things on my sleeve. You know what I mean? It's just like this is
I don't either.
yeah.
And there
Yeah,
are plenty of people that I work with.
Yeah,
that
that's what
don't
I'm
know
saying.
that I'm gay.
That's what I'm saying. You don't do that. Okay, and I finally looked at myself and said, I'm not really what I thought it was, but that's not the end of the world. I'm still a decent person, you know.
Exactly.
Exactly. So it's not. I understand what you're saying. I could sense that you were very, you know, this thing just wasn't connecting well with you, and it was just like, it started turning into what, James? It started turning into, I don't know. I mean, we're more special than you are now. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I don't know.
I think in today's society, Gay Pride Month in the month of June is a great way to celebrate your lifestyle.
Diversity.
But you also don't need to shove it down everybody's fucking throat. Sorry, didn't mean to throw the F word out there.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying I would tend to agree because you create backlash that just
Exactly.
You know,
You can do it in a sensible way. I'm gay, I'm straight, I'm bisexual, I'm transgendered, I'm this, I'm that, I'm non-binary, I'm they, them, they're they, this and that and everything. But you don't have to shove it down everybody's throat 365 days a year. We get it. We understand that. Most people are going to say, okay, this is your pronouns, and that's what I'm going to refer to you as.
Yeah.
But when you constantly throw it down somebody's throat and you put it on it, that's when people have an offensive in it.
Well, it's also like, what's the need to wear it on your sleeve constantly? Is there anything else that defines you besides your sexual proclivity, or you know, I mean, what else are you about? You know, I mean, do you like the Golden Knights? I mean, it's just like when when you lead with that as the point of your spear all the time, I'm just like, oh well, we're probably not going to get along too good, right? Because I'm like into vintage audio and drinking and all. You know,
exactly, and that's one of the reasons why I have been following you for, oh my God, so many years. Even before I moved to Vegas, Justin and I have been watching your live streams and your videos, oh my God, probably for the last 8-9 years.
Wow.
I mean, we lived in Ohio and came across you and were watching your videos and watching your live streams when you were in Vegas and this and that. I remember watching your stuff when you first started coming out and telling your story of your transition and this and your Rancho. I remember watching your videos of you doing your moonshine and this and that. And we watch religiously, and I watch our videos religiously now, even when I'm at work. If I work during the day, I come home.
You and Justin have been a big part, especially you have been a big part of the channel here. And the thing that I really like about you is that's not the point of your spear that you meet people in life with. It's like one aspect of your being that if you get to know me a little better or whatever, you may know or you may not know about this thing. And I think that it's, I think it sets you apart that you live your life, but you don't feel like, you know, I have to jam this down people's throat and I'm testing you now to see if you're going to accept it. Here's your test, and you know, you might fail, you might pass. I don't like you, so you know, and I like that. So
to give the rest of the followers a point of view, I am gay, proud of it. I'm not shoving it down anybody's throats. But I also watch NASCAR, I watch soccer, I watch tennis, volleyball, baseball, football. I watch all this stuff. Just
Yeah,
because I'm a
you don't.
homosexual male doesn't mean that I can't get into this
You
stuff.
cannot pigeonhole people and say you're supposed to. Yeah,
Exactly.
you're supposed to. You're not supposed to like baseball or what's wrong with you, Justin? You know, or James? You know, right. There's so
And
much more to people, and I always kind of rebelled against that idea. Was I always remember Bobby when he was training people to be paratransit drivers, the people that have to load wheelchairs and stuff, and the guy came up to him the first day, and Bobby would train people, and Bobby would say, they hire you, but I decide whether you're going to work out or not here. And the guy comes across the parking lot the first day and says, "Hi, I'm Frank. I'm gay," and he hands out his hand. And Bobby's like, "I'm Bobby. I'm your trainer." I mean, it's just like Bobby was so floored like that somebody would lead with that as the point of their spear to meet you and make sure you knew right away that they were gay, as if like a straight person would come up. "Hey, I'm Angie. I'm straight," and I always was kind of bothered by that, because we're not a church of gay here. I mean, we're not trying to recruit people. I mean, there's more. Like it's like you, James. There's more to you. Like it's so low down on your being when I think about you, and I think about how funny you are and how humorous you are, and the job that you do and the way you entertain us. And I think you're being gay somewhere down between number 14 and number 17 on who you are. You know what I mean? It's just not
exactly.
It's not a driver of your being.
I don't wear it on my sleeve because I want everybody to know I'm here, I'm queer, I'm happy, whatever. I keep my personal life to myself if I want you to know about my personal life, and I trust and feel that you're going to be compassionate enough to me.
Yeah, well, how many people do I know? People do I know if you're straight or whatever? It's like, well, do you like to play cards? Do you like to go to Vegas? Do you like moonshine? You like whiskey? There's a million things I want to know about people. Hey, Manuel.
Exactly.
All right, James, take over the chat for a minute. I've got to get a couple of my tostadas here.
Okay, Rosie, I'll take care. Hey, Nino, Deb, June, Patricia, Jill, Michelle. Hope you're all doing well. Hey, Cheryl, Alan. Hey, June, nice to see you. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Jody, hope you're doing well. Anybody have any questions for me? Catherine, I grew up in a small town in Ohio called Urbana. And then I moved to Dayton, where I met Justin, and we lived there until we moved to Vegas. Thanks, Dino. Justin and I have been together for 18 years.
I'll tell you guys, James is an interesting guy, isn't he?
Jill, that's exactly what my dad said to my mom when he found out that I was gay. He asked her, "Is James gay?" And my mom said, "So what if he is?" And he said, Nothing. I just want to know. And she said, yes, he is. And he said, I'm not mad. I just want to know. He's my son, and I'm going to love him regardless whether or not. Hey, Just Barry.
That's what my dad said to me about being when I came out to him as trans. You know, I just love you.
Yes, Kelly, it is James, your Vegas Golden Knights buddy. Well, that's good, Rosie. I'm glad that your dad had that good response. Because everybody in my family knew I was gay except my dad. And then when my mom told him officially I was, he said, he's still my son. I'm going to love him regarding I just want to know. And being from the hills of Kentucky, there wasn't something that he was used to or knew of.
Yep.
So it was still kind of awkward when I was around him after he knew, but I would still be able to call home and my dad would answer the phone and I'm like, hey dad, how's it going? And he would talk to me and I was like, how's mom? She's good. And then I would talk to my mom and then I'd talk to my dad again. And when I seen him in person, it wasn't awkward. It was just like, hey dad, hey babe, how's it going? Give a hug and go on with your own natural business.
Now I'm gonna be honest, James. My mother would have slapped the shit out of me.
Honestly, Rosie, I think my paternal grandparents, if they were still alive when I came out, my paternal grandparents would have looked at me and said, F you, get the hell out of my face, and don't talk to me.
Well, she would have still loved me, but like she would be like, WTF, you know? Yeah. But people are all different. You know, people are all over the map. Yeah, no, June, I just didn't feel like cooking up the beans tonight, dude. I've been on the phone a lot more, but the calls have been like unbelievable tonight. They've been great. I mean, the stories and the people with their paranormal experience. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I just think I was lucky when I came out because it was in the time of the age where it was, oh, okay, you are, you aren't, and it was okay. And then I feel sorry for the people that are coming up now because now they have to deal with all the, are you this, are you that, or what's your pronouns? I'm like, it's bull crap.
I hear
Figure
you.
it out and call it a day.
Well, James, it's always good to talk to you. I appreciate your call, and I'm going to go ahead and probably close it down tonight. I think I've been on, I don't even know what time it is. It's been on 4 hours or so, so I got this cat ready to tear my head off next to me over here.
Yeah, it's 9:45. She's hungry.
Yeah,
or
she
he's
is.
hungry.
But James,
they're hungry.
James, you know, you and Justin are, I think, the world of both of you, and I think the thing I like most about you is you're an independent thinker. You don't let other people think for you, and
Nope.
I think that's a disappearing commodity in life these days. So, you know, I'm honored that you called in tonight and shared all that. And please tell Justin I said hi.
Oh, he's working the strip tonight.
There you go.
He's busy.
All right. Well, thank you very much, James.
Thanks, Rosie. Talk to you later.
Yep. Take care. What a great night tonight, huh? Unreal. Let me see something. What a great guy. Yeah, somebody was asking me that Saint Christina the Astonishing was her name. She came back to life. 11:50 to 12:24. She was 21 years old, about to be buried and already in the church, resting in an open coffin. She arose, stupefying the whole city of St. Truden. She subsequently lived a long life, dying at the age of 74. Weird stuff, guys. Weird stuff. All right, guys. I am going to go ahead and close it down. What an excellent night. Thank you to my moderators. Boy, what wonderful calls tonight. And I'm telling you, I may not even sleep tonight with the story of flip-flops. And what if I feel a weight on me tonight? That's it. There's your Trotsky boy. He's getting his brushing. He's like, feed me, don't pet me tonight. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful night. Ooh.